It's all to play for. It's the final stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women from Manchester at the National Cycling Centre to Leigh, a 99-kilometre stage. The weather isn't delivering, but what we've got on our hands is a very close battle in the general classification across a very attritional course. Yesterday's race, it was a fantastic day across the Cheshire lanes, starting and finishing in Warrington. We had plenty of attacks. It was animated with Jo Tinley getting herself into the breakaway along with Maddie Leach, and in the end culminated with a brilliant, brilliant day.
The peloton set off from Warrington for stage 3 of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. 2 riders made the early breakaway, Maddie Leach of Life Plus Wahoo and Jo Tinley of Pro Noctis 200 Degree Coffee. Lucy Leigh of Das Hutchinson then tried to bridge the gap. Those 3 were still clear for the first Queen of the Mountains climb at Peck's Hill. Lizzie Deigman claimed the final point available over the climb to strengthen her hold on the blue jersey. As the 2 leaders hit the second climb of the day at Shrigley Road, Maddie Leach was having chain problems. She hung on to be the first over the top of the climb, but soon afterwards had to ditch her bike. The peloton swept up the rest of the chasers, leaving Jo Tinley as the lone leader with about a minute's advantage as they headed towards the intermediate sprint at Mere. Leticia Paternoster was second across the line and grabbed 2 precious bonus seconds. With just over 10 kilometres to go, Valerie de May attacked, and soon afterwards Jo Tinley was caught. But it all came back together and the race headed back into Warrington for a bunch sprint.
Kopecky looks to the left. She sees Paternoster coming and trying to deliver Georgia Baker, trying to challenge Wiebes, but here comes Charlotte Cole. Cole coming down the centre, but Lorena Wiebes is coming to the line. She wins in Warrington, and it's 3 in a row for ST Works Pro Time.
With 3 stages completed, the GC looks like this. Lotte Kopecky leads by 17 seconds from Anna Henderson, with Leticia Paternoster third at 32 seconds. Pfeiffer Georgie is fourth, just 6 seconds off the podium place, and then comes a group of 4 riders at 43 seconds.
Well, teams tried to stop the sprinters from having their day, but in the end it was Lorena Wiebes who won the stage into Warrington, making it 3 in a row for SD Works Pro Time. Thanks for joining us. My name's Hannah Walker. Alongside me is Joe Rousel. Joe, yesterday's finish and the run-in was fantastic, and the lead out from them was brilliant.
It was perfect teamwork all day from SD Works, and in this final sprint to the line you can see the power that Wiebes has got, and Cool is just about able to stay on terms, but by the finish it's more than a bike length.
It was a bike length, a brilliant lead out from Lotte Kopecky in our green jersey to deliver Wiebes. Let's hear from the world champion.
It looks like a day that went exactly to plan. Again, you must be so happy individually and for the team.
Yeah, exactly. This finish was perfect for Lorena. And I think our team SD Works Pro Time controlled the whole day with Elena and Chantal. So it was nice to have in the end 4 riders. 3 for the lead out, and I think they timed it perfectly.
You always do time it perfectly. What's the biggest priority going into the final stage tomorrow?
Sorry?
What's the biggest priority for the team coming into the final tomorrow?
Of course, defend the GC. We are 17 seconds ahead, so with Bonies, it's not possible to be beaten anymore. So we will need to be very attentive and see who can go out and who not.
Thank you. Congratulations again.
They'll try to make sure they defend that green jersey. Bonus seconds wise, they're safe, but anything can happen, particularly on a very attritional course that gets underway here from the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. They'll head east and they'll take on the north of the city. But on stage 1, it was close between Paternoster and Kopecky. That photo finish here, Joe.
It certainly was incredibly close, and of course Paternoster is up there in 3rd place on GC, so very close.
She's enjoying her time here. Let's hear from her.
It was a bit disappointing for me to be second, because I had really believed in a victory on the day. And but cycling and race is like that, so sometimes you can win, sometimes you can lost also super close. I'm always happy to work for this team because yeah, they always give everything for me. So for me, it's really emotional when I can work for this girl, and yeah, I always try my best, like if I'm the leader, you know.
You can really feel that she's enjoying herself here at the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women here, Joe, but also feels really at home within the team of Liv Jaco Alula.
Yeah, I think that's really key. It's so important in a cycling team to be able to gel well together. It's a really unique sport where you have to work together as a team, but only the one winner gets to stand on the podium or wear that jersey at the end of the race. And the fact that they've got such good team morale and she's speaking so positively about it is really lovely to hear. And she's been on fantastic form as well in the UK.
She's also very happy to work for others. We saw that yesterday, trying to deliver a victory for Georgia Baker. It was third in the end, but still, she's got that ability to be a team worker, but also be a leader.
Yeah, and I think when you've got such good gelling within a team, you are happy to work for each other, and that's what's really key. You know, if you've just got one leader and the pressure's always on you, it's nice to have that pressure off your shoulders now and again.
This team were very impressive yesterday. Pro Noctis 200 Degrees Hargreaves contracting with Joe Tinley, most combative rider of the day. They'll be looking to try and do something again today. Let's have a little look at what the parkour has in store for the riders.
The final stage of this year's short but sharp. Starting from the National Cycling Centre, the home of British cycling, it covers 99 kilometres and features 2 Cat 1 climbs before finishing in Leigh. The first of those climbs is Grains Bar. The rolling route passes through Rochdale before the riders face the short but formidable Ramsbottom Rake. The day's intermediate sprint comes at Horwich with 24 kilometres to go, and then it's a fast, flat run into Leigh for the finish of the race.
We take a look at images from above of the National Cycling Centre. Joe, you spent many, many happy years here, successful years, training, competing, and of course, where the home of British cycling and the GB cycling team is.
Yeah, indeed. This is the home of the Great Britain cycling team. There's the Manchester Velodrome in that round building in the middle of the shot there. Then on the right-hand side of the shot is the indoor BMX centre, which is far newer and a really fantastic facility that allows riders to train indoors. And not just the GB team, but, you know, members of the public can, of course, book sessions here as well. And so it's a fantastic facility that has been refurbished in recent years. And like you say, home to the Great Britain cycling team, not just the track riders, but all the staff as well that are involved in the team and all the coaches.
Celebrating its 30th anniversary this year, the Manchester Velodrome. It was built for the city's Olympic bid, but since then it's been used for the Commonwealth Games back in 2002. It's hosted the UCI World Track Championships on 3 occasions back in 1996, 2000 and 2008. And of course, we've seen so many world records be broken within that velodrome itself, and it was 2011 when the National Indoor BMX Centre was opened.
Yeah, I said that was quite new. It's actually quite a few years ago.
But it still feels new to us, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I think you and I can probably remember when it was the car park that surrounded the National Cycling Centre and the velodrome before they had the BMX track added to it, and of course that has seen so much success with Bethany Shriever, Kai White taking Olympic medals, Bethany Shriever taking the gold medal, of course, in Tokyo. She'll be looking to try and defend that title this year at Paris 2024. World-class venue. And some of these riders will also know the velodrome there, of course, combining road ambitions with their track ambitions, and perhaps they're a future world champion watching on at the start. Very different weather conditions today at the start. You see there Kim Baptista just in the centre of the screen of Torelli, the Irish UCI Continental team. She's a rider who has grown through the ranks. She's competed in mountain biking, BMXing, track racing, road racing ever since she was 5-6 years old. There's Alice Sharp of the Das Hutchinson Brother UK team, the Irish 30-year-old. They've been animated with Lucy Leigh particularly. Lizzie Dignan, no stranger to the Manchester Velodrome either. She'll wear that blue leader's jersey in the Queen of the Mountains competition. She's got an 11-point buffer over Lotte Kopecky and Anna Henderson in that competition. But there's plenty of points on offer today with 2 Category 1 climbs to take on.
10 points available for the winner at each of the 2 Category 1 climbs. So it's not a foregone conclusion at all for Lizzie Deignan. So she will be out to defend that. That is the key objective for her individually. But of course, they've also got GC ambition with Anna Henderson in second place overall. So a lot to think about today for the GB riders.
A lot to think about, many ambitions to try and juggle. Here's Lorena Wiebes, yesterday's stage winner into Warrington. She's not leading that red jersey outright, but she's merely just keeping it warm for her teammate Lotte Kopecky, who leads that competition. But of course, because Lotte Kopecky is leading the overall general classification, she wears that Lloyds Bank green jersey. Charlotte Cole, she came close yesterday. She was the nearest challenger to Wiebes. Her big target today is to try and help Pfeiffer Georgie move up the classification. Pfeiffer Georgie, the British champion, sits 4th overall at 38 seconds, only 6 seconds off the podium to Paternoster. So Cool has got a big job today.
She certainly has, and the whole team DSM Firmenich post NL. It would be a huge result for Pfeiffer Georgie to get on the podium. She's the British champion, of course. It's the home race for all these British riders here, the Tour of Britain women. So I'd love to see her be able to make it on the podium. And the terrain today, but it's so much hillier than yesterday. It's a shorter stage, and 1,600 metres of climbing within those 99 kilometres of racing does, I think, play into the hands of a rider like Pfeiffer Georgie. But it's going to be difficult to get back those seconds and really break away from the likes of Paternoster, who's currently in 3rd place.
Very little flat road for the riders today. You're either climbing or descending, constant undulations, even immediately as we leave the National Cycling Centre. There's Letizia Paternoster, who sits 3rd overall, who we've been speaking about. 5 years without a professional road victory for Paternoster. The last time she took a victory was in Australia at the Tour Down Under at the start of 2019. She's had an upward trajectory on her road career, particularly this year, where she's had some standout results. Amber Pate to her left-hand side. Is visibly cooler as well, as we've got 2 minutes to go until the start of today's stage.
Yeah, far cooler conditions here in Manchester. It was a little bit milder yesterday. We had a tiny bit of rain at the start, but then it brightened up. But cooler today. We saw the shots earlier on from the helicopter of all the clouds in and around the area. And we are heading straight out of Manchester towards the east, up into the hills pretty much straight away. We'll be climbing from the start as soon as that flag goes down. So could be some poor visibility up the top of Grange Bar. We'll have to see when we get there. But it's not dampening the spirits of Paternoster at all, is it?
It's certainly not. We said she was enjoying her time here at the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women and really thriving. It just shows how much she's enjoying, and we often say, Joe, happy head, fast legs. She's soaking all this atmosphere up, but she's being able to enjoy each and every moment despite being up there as one of the main challenges.
Yeah, and I think that enjoyment is key, like you're saying, happy head, fast legs, or morale is greater than form is the other one, and that's a real lesson.
I like it.
Yeah, a lot of bike riders will know that, and it's sometimes hard to explain to people that haven't been in the sport, but it really does make a difference. If you're happy in your team, you're enjoying the process of the training, going to races, and that translates into performances without really too much thought about it. So lovely to see her in such high spirits, although she is on the podium ahead of Pfeiffer Georgie. So exciting battle ahead.
A very exciting battle there. In the white jersey is Aline Janssen. Lizzie Deignan, despite being from Yorkshire, she should be used to some of these weather conditions, but she's looking a little bit chilly.
She certainly is. Yeah, she, like you say, she should be used to these conditions, and she said before she likes racing in the bad weather. The only thing here is it's not particularly bad weather. The rain isn't pouring down, but I'm sure she'll be fine.
The countdown's done, the flag is waved. Stage 4, they roll out for the neutralised section. 9.4 kilometres of neutral roads before they'll officially roll through kilometre 0 and get stage 4, the final stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women, underway. Greater Manchester hosting a a stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women for the very first time, although it has hosted stages of the men's race. That was back in 2004. That was when Zanini, the Italian, won stage 1. Back in 2019, it hosted the final stage of the Tour of Britain when Mathieu van der Poel won on Deansgate. And, of course, last year when Olav Koy won stage 1. So Manchester no stranger to hosting stages of the Tour of Britain. Of course, Manchester hosting the Commonwealth Games road race. That was when Stuart O'Grady won 22 years ago. 75 riders remain in the peloton. We've had 3 riders who've not taken to the start this morning. That's Kirsty van Haften of Cofidis women's team, the 25-year-old Dutch rider. Sadly, 2 riders from Hess cycling team don't start after their terrific day yesterday, Joe. Sarah Casaloa and Marjolein van Geloof. Marjolein van Geloof yesterday taking 6th on the stage, but overnight has suffered some sickness and illness, and it's been decided within the team for her it's better not to start and to try and recover for other goals now.
Yeah, it's definitely a shame for her individually and for the team. They're a team that are a continental team but have really not been afraid of reputations, not been involved to get up there and get involved in that big bunch sprint yesterday. So down to 4 riders now taken to the start, but like you say, taking into account riders' health, far more important, and it's really important that we see these athletes as people first and foremost rather than just bike riders as part of the team. So wise decision made there for her health.
A little bit of talk between Nicole Frayne, the former Australian road race champion, and Josie Talbot, her compatriot, the former Oceania road race champion. It's a good opportunity, the neutralised section, just to have a chat. How's it going? How are the legs feeling? Also just to catch up with old friends too.
Yeah, it certainly is. And by day 4 of a stage race, the final day as well, you'll be well used to sort of where everyone else sits in the peloton in terms of how their legs are feeling. Often you get the same sort of faces that are sitting towards the back and the similar sort of riders sat towards the front. You can catch up with people from other teams. You might not have been able to see them last night after the stage. And a stage race always throws curveballs. There's always something happening. You know, you're going from place to place, travelling around the country. There's always some sort of drama. There's always something happened. And it's always good to catch up with riders from different teams and see what another day's thrown at you.
We're riding through Greater Manchester, a region in England. It's the second most populous urban area in the UK. It contains 10 boroughs from Wigan in the west. You've got Oldham over in the east. Came to a being in 1974 when with the new Greater Manchester Combined Authority that was created in 2011. But we're going to race through 7 Greater Manchester boroughs today. You've got Manchester, Tameside, Oldham, Rochdale all in the east, then you've got Bury and Bolton to the north, and then Wigan to the west. Of course, you've got that ever-growing B network. That's in the region's plan for the integrated London-style transport system, joining together the buses, the trams, cycling, walking, and the rail network, just making it easier to get around. And I know you're very familiar with all of the bike links and being able to get around in London. But it's great news for Manchester to have that link up.
It certainly is, and I know Dame Sarah Story, so Britain's greatest Paralympian, based up in south-east Manchester in Disley, and she's the active travel commissioner for the area. So she's working really hard to make sure that we do get those integrated bike paths, and that B network does work for everybody to further that active travel agenda, which is very much important for the environment as well as for health of individuals.
It certainly is. It certainly is, and it's fantastic that it's hosting the first ever stage of a Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women here, because this year Manchester as a city has been named the first European city of cycling in 2024. So you've got all of these links, and of course hosting the stage and the final stage where it could culminate to be a fantastic finale is brilliant.
It really is, and I hope that we do see some more fans out and about on the course, or some fans making it over to Leigh for the finish. I know there's a few activities going on at the Velodrome today for fans to get involved with, so very much I think they're calling it a pedal party today happening at the Manchester Velodrome. But they're keen for people to be out and supporting the cyclists and promoting the sport of cycling for everybody, everything from the professional level and this sort of racing that we're seeing here. And, you know, as we said yesterday and as we've been saying all week, so good that British Cycling have been able to make this race happen with such short notice. It's no easy feat to get public roads like this closed for a bike race to come through safely, but they've managed to do it, and in one of the major cities of the UK that, like you say, is the home of British cycling.
I guess being awarded the accolade of a European capital of cycling, of course, supports the ambitions of what it wants to meet, but it's not just about the competition side of sport, but quite like what you're saying, what is being hosted at the National Cycling Centre. It's very much activities for all, but also the city and the residents using cycling as a mode of transport.
Yeah, making cycling accessible for everybody, making it an alternative to using a car. I don't know the exact stats, but there's some really interesting figures about how short so many journeys are that are taken by car. And if just some of those can be converted to cycling, that's healthier for individuals in terms of, you know, active travel, being active physical activity. It's also far better for the environment. It eases congestion for those vehicles that do need to be on the roads. And it's a real important agenda for British cycling and nationally as well for active travel England to try and increase the accessibility of cycling. You haven't got to be all lycra'd up on an expensive bike. You know, it can be any bike, everyday clothes, and that's something that is really important to be promoted and normalised here in the UK.
Alice Wood will be familiar with the roads around here. You can just see her there in the black gilet, unzipped at the back, just taking a look over her left-hand shoulder, just having a little chat to Maddie Leach and probably looking for a team car, because this neutralised section, Joe, a great opportunity, despite the weather conditions not being as great as it has been over the last few days, but a great opportunity now for riders to discard of any unwanted clothing.
It is. We've got quite a long neutralised section here, and just looking at the profile, it's very gradually uphill coming out of Manchester the whole way. So we could see the riders at the start. A lot of people looked quite cold. Notably, Lizzie Deignan did look a little bit chilly on the start line there. But I'm thinking already you can see here Alice Wood taking off a layer, and like I say, it is gradually going uphill from the start there. Of course, the speed is limited by the car that's at the front, making sure no one goes too fast. But I think it's quite easy to realise at this point, yeah, okay, it's going to be slightly warmer out there than what I thought. We've got a relatively short stage today.
Alice Barnes just dropping back to the Commissaire President's car. That was Dean Downing, the former professional rider who raced the majority of his career in the UK. He's driving the Commissaire President. Many who are watching here in the UK will be very familiar with Dean Downing and his brother Russell Downing. Russell Downing actually here to support Pro Noctis 200 Degrees Coffee Hargreaves contracting today and to give his input and help the team out today.
Yeah, certainly, and they do a lot of coaching as well, and of course we saw Joe Tinley away in that breakaway for most of yesterday's stage, and it was really good publicity for such a small team that I was saying yesterday do have a lot of volunteers that are working for them this week, a lot of parents, a lot of partners out here helping out at the feed zones and helping out with the team. So real team efforts and brilliant publicity for them to have pretty much a full day in the breakaway for Joe Tinley. Big old day out for her yesterday.
I wouldn't be surprised. They're keeping themselves well up towards the front. You can just see Amy Gornall, it looks like on the far right side in that red jersey. I wouldn't be surprised if they'll want to try and do something once again.
Yeah, you know, the race isn't over. Yesterday was a real good opportunity to go for a breakaway. It was deemed a sprinter stage. It was a flatter day. We did have 2 categorised climbs still, but it was perhaps a better day to try and go for that breakaway. A lot of quite narrow roads in the Cheshire lanes, and Joe Tinley took that opportunity to go on that breakaway. But there's still another day of bike racing today. We do have 2 first category climbs and a lot of other climbing that I'm quite upset isn't categorised, to be honest, because I know there's some very tough climbs north of Manchester. I think I can wave goodbye to any Strava QMMs I still have. They're going to be long gone very soon. But yeah, it's a tough day out, but it's not...
Flag them, Joe, flag them.
Yeah, that's a good plan later on. But yeah, the race isn't over. There's still another stage today, and there's no point thinking, today's too hilly, it's not going to be one for us. You know, why not attack it? Why not get involved from the start and take it to the likes of Lotte Kopecky?
The horses are enjoying it. No horsing around from the peloton, though. It's all full focus full focus for that general classification. It's so tight at the top, and particularly for fighting for the podium positions. We're starting to leave Manchester City itself. If you've ever been to Manchester, you'll often see the symbol of a bee. The worker bee is a symbol of Manchester itself because of the hard-working insect as a symbol reflecting a city made by the workers, made by the people. It's not a city that's grown from royal patronage or easy natural resources. It's very much been an industrial city. If you've ever been to the city itself, you'll always see a bee on the street furniture, whether that be on the bins or on seating around benches around the city. It's been around since the 1970s, but you'll find 19th century creations decorating buildings. You'll see it on the town hall.
No, you're not, Stuart.
It's Krista Dobell-Hickok wanting to try and discard some of her clothing. She's a brilliant climber, Krista Dobell-Hickok, and for human-powered health, they're yet to really get something out of this race in terms of a stage result. And with her climbing prowess, today could be the day, because when you take a look at the general classification for Krista Dobell-Hickok, she's at 9 minutes and 1 second.
Yeah, so not a threat for the overall GC, which means could be an opportunity to try and get in a breakaway, not closely marked by the likes of SD Works, who of course defending that green jersey for Kopecky. Kopecky did say the priority today is the GC. There's not enough bonus seconds for anybody to take that green jersey off her. It would be down to breakaways if that did happen. But if riders go on a breakaway that aren't a threat for the GC, SD Works won't be quite so concerned. It will then be an interesting battle of who wants to try and take that stage win, or who is more concerned about the GC.
There's Steve Jockin in the driving seat. He's been driving Rod Ellingworth all this week.
Good work, Stu.
Christine Magera is just giving her clothing to that front car. And of course, Steve Jockin, a fast man in his own right during his professional career, comes from the Isle of Man. He was really the original Manx missile. And of course, many will know Steve Jockin for his exploits throughout his career and what he has done post-cycling career too. We've passed the Etihad Stadium, of course, the home of Manchester City. The stadium itself built for the 2002 Commonwealth Games, hosted the athletics, the rugby sevens. It's actually an area known as Sport City, which includes the Manchester Velodrome and the BMX Centre. You've also got the National Squash Centre, you've got the UKSI, the UK Sports Institute, and the English Institute of Sport too. Now home to Manchester City Football Club. 6th largest football stadium in Britain.
See Diagon's taking off that white Great Britain jersey that she had on earlier, now in the blue Queen of the Mountains jersey, very visible right at the front of this peloton here. We've been saying before how brilliant she is at always being in the right position, but she was looking quite cold before the start today, but clearly warmed up well already.
Also trying to get rid of some of her clothing is Bronwyn McGregor. That's the rider, 41 years of age, sorry, the number 112 of Torelli Cycling. It's a good opportunity after some very hard, fast days, Joe, during a neutral section, just to spin the legs, get the fatigue out of the legs, ready and warmed up for what is an uphill start.
Yeah, uphill start. We have been climbing gradually pretty much ever since we left the Manchester Velodrome, the National Cycling Centre. When the race starts, we will still be continuing the climb. We then have an uncategorised climb just about 6 kilometres into the race, so very early on. The first Queen of the Mountains, though, doesn't start till a little bit later, but very, very early on we're straight into the climb. So being warm and ready for any of those early attacks. It was ever so early in the stage yesterday that Joe Tinley made that first move, and that was the break of the day. So riders need to be vigilant. If their strategy is to be in that early break, it could come very soon.
Riders not wanting to give up the front space, the front place at the head of this peloton behind the red car here. I have a feeling that Rod Ellingworth and Steve Jockin are going to have a good collection of jerseys and gilets by the end of today's stage. Volker Vessel's doing the same. They've taken the initiative from Christine Majerus, Amber Pate wanting to do the same.
She started a trend there.
Absolutely, she
Just
did.
knock on the door of the race director and pass them all your clothes.
Jana Karavar likewise. Steve Jockin, the first ever professional cyclist from the Isle of Man, the Pocket Rocket. Well, his first Manxman to win the British Professional Road title. You can see Jonathan Day there just sitting in the back seat, all part of the organisation of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women, and they've done such a terrific job, the organisation, of putting together this race. There's Dean Downing, former Criterion British national champion. There's a real collection. He's enjoying himself as well, and of course a big job on his hands. You can just see there the man sitting in the passenger seat. That's the UCI commissaire. The commissaires, Joe, they're the ones who are working to the UCI rules and regulations. There's Jonathan Day. He's the managing director at British Cycling Events. He's been at British Cycling for many, many years.
Just stay behind the peloton for a bit.
Yeah, really been key for the delivery of this event happening, and testament to the full team of British Cycling for being able to pull this off. But Jonathan Day very much head of affairs there. And of course, race director is Rod Ellingworth, who's also up there in that front car. So a lot of very knowledgeable people and a lot of people that care very much about bike racing been able to make this happen.
Well, they certainly do. They certainly do. In terms of a race director and in terms of that red car, Joe, we see it keeping everyone together now during this neutralised section. But in terms of their job once the race is underway and the red car pulls away, we go through kilometre zero. What's the role of the race director? What are they also looking out for on the roads up ahead?
There could be decisions that need to be made out on the road while the race is happening. You know, bike racing by nature taking place on roads, on public highways that we have to close. We have to have a rolling road closure. Things can and do happen, and the race director will have to be the one that makes that final call if there's any sort of incident up ahead on the road, if anything happens to happen that causes a diversion, whatever that may be. You know, I don't want to jinx the race by sort of giving all the possibilities. You know, refer back to the Giro d'Italia if you want to see any sort of extreme weather protocols being debated. But yeah, you never know what decision might have to be made out on the road, and so that's a very, very important role to be in and a lot of responsibility.
And you can just see they're pointing out little pinch points to the riders behind just to give them that warning of where the road starts to narrow too. You can see just here where it all comes together. No issues, but just the little hand signals from Rod Ellingworth and Steve Jockin.
Yeah, so still in the neutralised part of the race here, but you can see when you do have those little pinch points, riders that are towards the back of the peloton, just, I mean, not getting gapped here, but just those little extra accelerations in and out the saddle. Very different ride through the neutralised section compared to the riders at the front. And I always find it quite interesting. You always get probably the same faces. Lizzie Dignan has not moved from the bumper of that car this whole time. And you'll have the same riders that are probably towards the back, happy to sit there. There'll be a lot of other riders in the middle that are being told by their DSs, make sure you're at the front before the race starts, make sure you're there if that first break goes. And it can be, a neutralised section isn't necessarily completely relaxed.
It can be very, very nervous, tense times as everyone tries to think about the start of the race. The red flag is out of the window, held by Rod Ellingworth. There's kilometre zero. They'll go through and the red car pulls away. Stage 4 of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women, the final stage, is underway officially from Manchester to Leigh, 99 kilometres and 1,612 metres of elevation. And it's an uphill start. It's a cruel one.
It is a cruel one indeed. So we're officially underway, and I'm very intrigued when the first attack might come in, because the first categorised climb doesn't start until 13 kilometres into the race, but we do have a not insignificant climb before that. Then we'll descend into Uppermill before we climb out of Delft and onto the first categorised climb of the day. But look at this already.
Dolcini O'Shea wastes no time in trying to animate the front of the race here. Volker vessels immediately react to this, and look at this, all of the bubbles everywhere. That's someone's very excited to see the race come by, and this is Jess Finney, the 28-year-old British rider in that multicoloured jersey of Dolcini O'Shea. In the blue jersey there, you can see Volker vessels. Great Britain national team with Anna Henderson moving up. You can see they're wasting no time. They know that they need to protect the front here. Flora Perkins with that fluorescent gilet on. To her left in the blue jersey is Dignan.
Yeah, so 3 riders from the Great Britain team have come towards the front. Kopecky is up there as well, very visible in that pale green jersey of the overall race leader. I am looking towards Henderson, and it is Kopecky that is just on the wheel of Anna Henderson. Anna Henderson's in the white kit for GB with the yellow helmet on, and she's now right at the front of the peloton. Kopecky clearly not wanting her to get out of her sight today, being her closest challenger on the general classification.
All back together. You can just see the British national champion down the centre of the road in that white jersey. Saint-Michel Mavico 93 in the yellow and orange jerseys. They're very much towards the fore today because they also have big ambitions. They've been performing very, very well. They've got Victoire Gilman, who is 8th on general classification at 43 seconds. So the Frenchwoman is not completely out of proceedings either for the overall GC.
Not at all. So anybody that's in that top 10 is really in contention if they want to give it a go. But now it's Torelli having a little go at an attack here. And a real flurry of attacks right early on, Hannah.
Lots of attacks wanting to try and get themselves up the road. This is Anna Maria Lip, the 23-year-old rider from Down Under. Also trying to come across is the Scottish-based Albert Development Road team. This looks like Ariana Holland. First significant gaps that we've started to see open up. 3 riders with a slender advantage to 2 chasers and then the peloton.
What will be interesting here is thinking about the Queen of the Mountains competition. Of course, there is 10 points available for the first rider over the top for both of our first category climbs today. The first one coming quite early on. Lizzie Dignan, of course, not got an unassailable lead in that, but depending who goes up the road, it won't be a concern for her if they're not up there in that classification.
20 points on offer. The base of the first climb of the day, which is Grange Bar, a category 1 climb, comes, Joe, with 13.7 kilometres into the stage. And so it's still all to play for, with big points available for the first 10 riders to crest the top of Grange Bar.
It certainly is. So for Dignan, who is leading that competition by 11 points, if the likes of Lotte Kopecky go up the road, Heidi Franz of Life Plus, who actually had her portable coffee machine gone missing from her hotel this morning.
Oh,
which is
no, it goes from bad to worse.
Not quite as bad as your bike being stolen, but right up there in terms of bad problems to happen on a stage race. But she's probably the closest challenger that's also not so much, 13 points, so 12 points down on Dignan. I'd be looking out for her if I were Dignan.
Alice Wood represented in this breakaway of riders, which really does have a slender advantage over the peloton, but more and more teams are sensing that they can try and bridge themselves across. They can jump their way across. Jana Korovar there of Liv Jaco Alula. Pro Noctis 200 Degrees Coffee Hargreaves contracting are represented with 1 rider too. We've got 2 birthdays here in the peloton. We've got Lucy Gadd of Pro Noctis, who's celebrating her 23rd birthday. And we've also got Rotem Gafenovitz, who's celebrating her 32nd birthday. Kopecky, she's smart, she's very astute to any moves. You can see her there in that Lloyds Bank green jersey. She doesn't panic, but she's always there.
Yeah, and that's where experience really pays off, knowing what wheels to follow, knowing which attacks to panic about and chase down, or get your team to chase down, and knowing which ones you just need to follow, but also knowing which ones you don't need to worry about whatsoever and can completely relax on. But Kopecky, a real master of just being in that right place at the right time. Also incredibly talented.
You can see a few drops of rain on the camera lens as Jo Tinley, she tries to go again. Yesterday was a success in the breakaway. And I think they will have taken a lot of confidence after that performance, as they've taken a look at their stage route today as they want to try and put another rider into the breakaway. Just at the back here is her teammate Lucy Harris, who of course we saw in that breakaway on day one. At the back you've got here, this is Darcy Richards of the Das Hutchinson Brother UK as we head towards Tameside, the home of Brother UK. So a big day for that team to try and deliver for one of their co-title sponsors.
Yeah, that would be really, really important. Of course, we talked about the importance of sponsors getting the exposure in a race like this with the TV coverage, and that very much includes being part of breakaways, going for Queen of the Mountain sprints, as well as at that stage finish. So there'll be a lot of these teams that are really keen to do their sponsors proud, because they're able to be here at this race thanks to those sponsors. So that's why we're seeing so many attacks early on before we get into the categorised climbs. But like I was saying, already climbing at the moment. We're going to climb as we head out of Oldham on an uncategorised climb. We'll descend again before we then, as you say, hit the bottom of the first categorised climb, just over 13 kilometres into the race. At the moment, the peloton just spread across the race. So a little bit of a lull in pace here. We can see that no one's going on the attack at the moment, and the pace isn't strung out. But a lot of different teams coming towards the front. No one team in control, as everyone's thinking about who could be the next one to try and make an attack.
What's the ideal scenario here? Because plenty of teams want to shut down any breakaway immediately, and they're not being allowed off the leash.
Yeah, I think for anybody that's not had a win yet so far in this race, so that is every team except for SD Works Pro Time, you know, they want to try and do something in today's stage, whether that be in the breakaway and get airtime for their sponsors, or, you know, try and go for the actual result in the stage. This is the last opportunity, last UCI Women's World Tour race on British soil this year. You've got to go for it. You've got to sort of leave everything out there on the road. Final stage is all over in less than 100 kilometres today. It's a relatively short stage in terms of women's professional cycling. So I think that will also give riders confidence that, you know, this is it. Relatively short. We've got a few punchy climbs, some slightly longer climbs as well to deal with. So a little bit of everything out there on today's course. But the most interesting rider I've just seen towards the front there was Pfeiffer Georgie, sat poised in the third wheel. I'm thinking she's going to be wanting to cover any moves today and try and get in the key one.
Just at the back here, number 133, this is Abby Plowman. Eleanor Backstead at the front in that white jersey of the Great Britain national team with the red helmet, just doing what she does best. And this is disappointing. More chain problems, more gear problems. And this is one of the riders from Das Hutchinson Brother UK who is frantically trying to get a bike change. She's got a hand in the air. This is Lucy Leigh, the in-form rider. She's trying to have a bike change, and immediately you can see here the mechanic straight out of the car, bike off the roof. And this is a bad moment at this point, especially when there's plenty of attacks going on at the head of the race and the pace is on, particularly heading into this first Queen of the Mountain for Lucy Leigh.
Yeah, not you know, you never want to have a bike change, but at the moment is that sort of still those nervous moments early on in the race. The key move could go any minute. The peloton isn't settled. Everybody's looking for that next attack, so she's going to have a hard chase to get back on. We can see in that shot there the race convoy. She'll be able to use the convoy jumping between those cars to get herself back to the bunch. But an ideal world for her, she does not want the key break to go right now. We saw her on the attack yesterday. She had a very long day out, solo for a lot of the time. So another big effort coming up in the legs.
96 kilometres to go of this 99-kilometre stage. And for Lucy Leigh, I guess it's about not panicking, keeping calm, trying to get back into the focus, get back into the rhythm, and not wasting too much energy in terms of the stress factor.
Yeah, and that is something that it really shows who are the more experienced riders in the peloton, who's had hundreds of days of racing in their legs, but they've had to come up through a convoy and get themselves back to the bunch, or who's less used to that. And it's very technical riding through the race convoy. That, you know, it's a very tough situation to drive in, you know, as the DSs who are the drivers of those cars. It's sort of on and off the brake. It's got to be aware of everything else going on around you. So as a bike rider, you need to be very vigilant, but an experience really pays off.
Meanwhile, it's a teammate of Das Hutchinson Brother UK who just senses a lull in the peloton. This is Ruth Shear, the 33-year-old. She senses whilst there's a little lull in the action, she wants to try and get away and use these roads, and behind It's Millie Cousins who takes a look over her left-hand shoulder. She's not too worried about Sheer going up the road. No immediate reaction.
Interesting, no one else has tried to join her there, because looking at the light, yeah, we saw Kopecky towards the front of the peloton. I wouldn't expect Kopecky to try and go with one of these early breaks, but for some of the other British continental teams that would want to try and be in a breakaway, nobody tried to go with her there. And I am just waiting who's going to be the first rider to try and go across.
You can see the steep gradients of these opening kilometres of the day. Ruth Sheer was the one who initiated this breakaway. Jana Korovar trying to come across to her for Liv Alula-Jayco. Millie Cousins is the rider in that white jersey from the Great Britain national team. Also there is Heidi Franz. Now this could be interesting, although it seems as though it's all come back together. There in the red jersey is Lorena Wiebes. These are those unclassified climbs that you were talking about, Joe Rousel, of they're hard, they're demanding, they're attritional, and they certainly put some fatigue into the legs early on, especially if you've come into the day with tired legs after the last 3 stages.
Yeah, if you've not done your homework and if you've just looked at the road book and seen 2 categorised climbs, right, okay, I haven't got to worry about any climbing until 13k into the race. This would be a nasty surprise. You are climbing all the way out of Oldham as we head east out of Manchester. We'll then descend down into Upper Mill before we climb again. So riders that know these sort of roads, a lot of the riders that have been part of the GB cycling team will have done road rides heading out of the Manchester Velodrome and will be very familiar with this sort of terrain, but it is really, really tough terrain. Only 2 of these climbs categorised today, but you can see the gradient going up here. At the moment, nobody on the attack. Peloton spread across the road, so race not really on at the moment.
Do you think because the stage is shorter, whilst it's intense and there's lots of elevation, there's lots of climbs, as we see another move, and this is a rider from Human Powered Health who tries to go on this part of the climb. This is Krista Dobell-Hickok. We said earlier on that she'll be looking to try and eye today's stage. Dobell-Hickok 9 minutes and 1 second behind Lotte Kopecky in the general classification. Immediately onto the radio. Do you think because this stage is shorter, it's harder for teams to allow breakaway to go because they know it's shorter? It's harder to try and bring things back, and particularly with the amount of elevation and climbing.
Yeah, it's going to be far harder to control than yesterday. So yesterday, like you say, less climbing. Also, just the sort of the nature of the terrain, the nature of the sort of roads that we were on, not so hard to control, especially for a team with the experience of SD Works. Today is going to be a bit trickier. Lots of twists and turns, change in directions, change in the wind that we're going to have to deal with, up and down. So many uncategorised climbs to deal with as well. Won't be quite as easy to control. I mean, I say that for a team like SD Works Pro Time with the experience in that squad, I do think they will be able to do that if they want to. But what is more interesting to me, the fact that someone from Human Powered Health, who is, as you've said, Hannah, a very decent name, someone that could challenge today, nobody has chosen to join her.
They head through Grasscroft, and it's one lone leader in Krista Dobell-Hickok, the 35-year-old. She's right in her terrain today, and particularly with those attritional roads, it never really relents. You're either climbing or descending as riders make their way back into the peloton. Just coming through there in that black, green and white jersey, that was Rotem Kofenovic, who is celebrating her birthday. It's not been an easy start for some riders. The question is whether Lucy Leigh got herself back into this peloton. A teammate is there, number 126, that's Darcy Richards. 91 kilometres remaining. Lucy Nelson rejoins the peloton too. A good opportunity for those who have either had problems or have been distant so far, and now there is a little bit more pace being set at the head of the peloton here as a few little gaps open up, and it's being led, Joe, by Liv Alula-Jayco, the GB national team never too far away.
Yeah, so GB national team will always be vigilant. They've got 2 objectives today in terms of the general classification for Anna Henderson, who I've been really impressed with this week, and for Lizzie Deignan for that Queen of the Mountains jersey, which she has not got an unassailable lead in. But for Liv Alula-Joko, they have been racing really well. They haven't had that win yet, of course, ever so close on stage 1. We saw a replay of that with Letizia Paternoster, just not quite getting past Kopecky. We saw her leading out Georgia Baker yesterday. So I think for Liv Alula-Joko, they'll have a lot of confidence from the last few days of racing, but they just need it to click to get that win, and it would be huge if they could take a win on the final stage this week. They need to think about how best to time that attack, exactly what move to go with. But look at the crowds here in Uppermill. Not a very nice day out here east of Manchester, but a lot of people out at the roadside.
It's fantastic to see that everybody has come out to support the riders here in Uppermill. Of course, it was once famous for its wool and the cotton mills. We're sitting right on that Huddersfield Narrow Canal, surrounded by the Saddleworth Moor, right on the edge of the Pennines. Not too far away from Greenfield. That sits right on the border of the Peak District National Park and the Dovestone Reservoir. 13 seconds the advantage for Krista Dobell-Hickok, as she looks calm, she looks relaxed, she's right within her stride. Interestingly, it's a team who's wanted to try and set the pace, as opposed to any teams or riders wanted to try and bridge across to Dobell-Hickok, and they'll know she's away. They've got the race radio, they've got that communication to the team car, and of course they'll hear that information over the race radio, which gives out all of the information of breakaways and what's going on up ahead in terms of time gaps too. And so they'll know the strength of Dobell-Hickok as we go into Dobcross.
Yeah, so we've got a flatter, I say flatter, no natural climbing here until we reach the base of the first Queen of the Mountains climb. So I would hazard a guess that the peloton are just keeping things slightly steadier at the moment, with a lot of people thinking about that first Queen of the Mountains climb as an opportunity to go on the attack. Of course, there's the points available as well for the jersey, so all eyes on Lizzie Deignan for her making sure that nobody gets too many points ahead of her. But at the moment, nobody keen to go across. 18 seconds now for the leader. I'm expecting that gap to go out a bit further, but what would be really interesting is on the climb, when the peloton start to race that and start to toss off a position and try to make sure they cover any other moves, that time gap could come tumbling down.
We'll get to the base of the first Queen of the Mountain of the day, that Category 1 climb at Grange Bar with 85.3 kilometres to go. The riders will crest that with 82.9 kilometres to go. We're looking at around an 8-minute climb, give or take. 7-minute climb, looking at the times being set in the past. If you're watching for the first time the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women, welcome along. You've missed 3 excellent stages. Just to give you a rundown of the general classification, it's Lotte Kopecky who leads in that green jersey. She leads ahead of Anna Henderson, who sits in second at 17 seconds. In third, it's Letizia Paternoster, who's third at 32 seconds, with Pfeiffer Georgie a further 6 seconds behind. Also in that top 10, we've got Aline Janssen, who's 5th overall at 43 seconds, with Lizzie Deignan, Victoire Gilman, all on the same time. Majerus also at 43 seconds too, with Ruby Roseman Gannon at 3 minutes, and Lorena Wiebes, who sits 10th overall at 4 minutes and 19. So very much 8 riders who are in with a chance of trying to take that jersey. And of course, Majerus, the teammate of Lotte Kopecky, so she'll just be an aid and assistant. 13 seconds available in terms of bonus seconds, 3 at the intermediate sprint and 10 on the finish line. If anyone wants to try and take that jersey from Kopecky, they've got to gain some time on her and open up a gap.
So we will soon be approaching the base of the first Queen of the Mountains climb. And it's interesting looking at the teams coming towards the front. We've got 2 riders for Team DSM Firmenich Post NL, with Pfeiffer Georgie, the 3rd rider in that string. So I'm looking towards her, and if she could be a sort of rider that would try and make the jump across it. This terrain certainly suits her today. And as we've already said, she's in 4th place on GC, so not too far off the podium. Also, plenty of human-powered health teammates towards the front as well, ready to mark any moves. Then we've also seen Liv Alula-Jacob up there. So at the moment, SD Works Pro Time not worrying about things too much. They know the strength of Kopecky. They know Kopecky can follow when she needs to. At the moment, this breakaway not a threat for the GC.
Dobell Hickok has got a really distinctive style. She always likes to push a relatively big gear here. She has a low cadence. She takes a little look around, but she's not going to see any riders behind her, because right now nobody is jumping out of the peloton. You can see that style of Dobell Hickok constantly taking on small sips of fluids. Important on days like today, Joe, when the sun isn't out, you don't necessarily feel like you need to keep yourself hydrated or well fueled, but sometimes some of these humid days are some of the hardest as she goes through and continues to go through some of these small villages. Krista Dobell Hickok gets to Grains Bar, the first Queen of the Mountain of the day, the Category 1 climb, a 2.4 kilometre climb, averaging 5.8%, but with gradients rearing up to a maximum of 11.6%. She's got the advantage and she's really in her territory.
Some of the toughest gradients of this climb coming early on, so you could see from the camera shots there just how steep it was as she turned into the climb. Advantage to her being solo, could catch out a few of the riders in the peloton if you're not quite in the right gear as you make that turn. Here is the peloton now coming onto the climb, and we've got Volker Vessels up towards the front and Liv Alula-Jacob, but Lizzie Deignan just sat there and poised in that blue jersey.
Deignan looking comfortable. Just a reminder, in that Queen of the Mountains competition, it's Deignan who leads with 25 points. There she is in that blue jersey for the Great Britain national team. She's got Henderson to her right. She's got Millie Cousins just on her wheel there just to protect her. It's Lotte Kopecky who's the nearest challenger in that competition, with Anna Henderson on the same points, 11 points behind. Heidi Franz, Dixeline Mermott on 13 points, with Marion Bunel on 12. There's the advantage, Joe, for Dobell Hickok.
Yeah, on that shot there, we can see that it was becoming a slender lead, with Tanel Campbell of Liv Alula-Jacob leading the peloton at the moment. She is a super strong rider, the tallest rider in the peloton as well, I believe. But on the front, stringing out the peloton on this climb. We can see it's also quite windy out there today. We're going to come into some quite exposed roads here as we climb further out of Manchester.
Time and time again, we see Tanel Campbell in this role, in this position, doing the buttload of the work to patrol a breakaway and control a breakaway. She's really becoming a real master at this. 18 seconds while it's coming down, and Krista Dobell Hickok just down to the pure workload of Tanel Campbell on the front here is going to be reeled in.
Well, you can see everybody in that one string behind Tanel Campbell there. Anna Henderson's the rider in second wheel. Lizzie Deignan's the rider in third. So Tanel Campbell actually doing quite a good job here in terms of for Lizzie Deignan, because she'll be wanting to get maximum points on the climb. Of course, they're not teammates here. But Tanel Campbell doing some serious damage behind you. You can see a number of riders just struggling to hold the wheels here. No problem for Kopecky, who's just on the wheel of Pfeiffer Georgie at the moment. But I'm interested to see where Leticia Paternoster is. She's, of course, a teammate of Tanel Campbell for Liv Alula-Jacob, and she's going to be the key rider in that battle for the podium for third spot between her and Pfeiffer Georgie.
A large group of riders distanced from the main part of the peloton, including one of the riders there for Dolcini O'Shea. This is not an easy tempo, and you can see just from the body language here from Lotte Kopecky, this is not an easy pace. This is difficult, but what did Liv Alula-Jacob wanting to try and get out of this climb on Grains Bar here, because they don't feature in the Queen of the Mountains competition here? Is this to really put some pressure on other riders in that general classification and to use this as an opportunity for the Paternoster to move up the standings.
Yeah, I think they'll be thinking, how can we win the stage today? And, they're not going to win it in a big bunch sprint. We saw that yesterday. They need to force a breakaway. They need to force a move. They've got loads of talent in their squad. Ruby Roseman-Gannon, I've seen as well up there as well, the Australian national champion. So they've got a number of riders in this group. But Tanel Campbell's done some serious damage here. So clearly, I can just about catch out of Letitia Paternoster, but a few riders back there, as well as Ruby Roseman-Gannon. So there's some interesting riders. But was that perhaps Charlotte Cool as well in the group?
Looks as though that Charlotte Cool is still in that group for Team DSM Firmenich Post-Tanel. We'll keep a close eye on that when we see camera motorbike shot again. But if she is, this is an impressive move for Charlotte Cool because she's going to be vital as an assistant to Pfeiffer Georgie. You just saw Paternoster just come out the line there for Liverlula Jaco a little further down.
Yeah, so Paternoster will be hoping that Tanel Campbell's power is able to get rid of the likes of Lorena Vibas, who is unfortunately still there. She's in that red jersey, keeping it warm for Lotte Kopecky. We know how fast she is in the sprint. But that is definitely Charlotte Cool. You can just see her on the outside of the shot there.
Sprinters are becoming such well-rounded riders that these climbs are nothing that phases them. They're able to get over the climbs with some of the world's best climbers and put themselves in with a chance of stage victory, but of course, crucially, as a helper, as they go through 500 meters to go until they'll crest the top of Grains Bar, this Category 1 climb. And you can see the difference from the very base of the climb where it was protected. As we continue to climb through this countryside, it's more exposed. Tanel Campbell really starting to feel the pace that she's been setting herself here.
Yeah, you can see the effort that is going in here. This is the riders that have been dropped from that front group, just going through 500 meters to go before the top. But 10 points available for the winner at the top of this climb.
Celia Noel, the rider there for Saint-Michel Mavic Aubert 93, just seeing the tail end of groups, knowing that she wants to try and get herself back in because she's got a big job to try and help Bunel and, of course, Gielman. Crash on the right-hand side. That's one of the riders from Life Plus Wahoo. That's a big, big shame because that was Heidi Franz, and Heidi Franz came into the day 4th overall in that Queen of the Mountains competition with 13 points, 12 points behind Lizzie Deignan, and she would have been looking to try and add points here to close that gap.
She certainly would have done so. Not a good day out for the rider from the Life Plus Wahoo team. So we'll wait for an update on her, but this is really, really bad news. 10 points available at the top of this climb in very few moments. That's not what she wanted at this stage.
The wind starts to blow at the top as it's exposed, and it's Deignan in the blue jersey who wants to make sure that she can secure these 10 points at the top of Grains Bar, this Category 1 climb. It's a great team job done by the Great Britain national team. Deignan crests the top. She pockets the 10 points. She puts her total on 35 points in that Queen of the Mountains competition. Well, this could be a danger because Lizzie Deignan, due to that acceleration at the top of the Queen of the Mountain on Grains Bar, has seen she's got an advantage. And you never want to let Lizzie Deignan off the leash.
You don't, and the question here really is anybody going to try and go across her and think of this as potentially being the breakaway of the day? Are the bunch going to just wait? We saw Lotte Kopecky was right up there in poise, as was Lorena Vibas. So all the big names were up there and saw Deignan go, but obviously they were thinking just about the Queen of the Mountains points, sort of accepting she was going to take them, but the race is on.
Different terrain, different racing, different type of race, but we saw that in Paris-Roubaix Femme in the first edition. We know that Lizzie Deignan is more than capable of going solo for over 80 kilometres.
She certainly is. She's not a rider you want to let get a gap like this unless you're happy for the race win to go up the road. So I'm just looking at the composition of this group and roughly how many riders we've got here. I can see Deignan at the front of the shot there, looking over her shoulder and seeing, is anybody really going to come across to me? This is a long way to go. She is, of course, capable of this. We've got a fast ascent now into the town of Shore before we do have a sort of flatter section and then begin climbing out of Rochdale again. So very, very mixed terrain coming up, but Lizzie Deignan is also a superstar descender. She's incredibly good technically, so if she is away, she could take out some more time on this descent into the town of Shore.
We have the panoramic views at the top of this climb, offering of the peak. She takes a little look around and she can also pick her own line. She can pick where she wants to be on the road. She just gets her body as low as possible. You can see the way she hugs that right-hand side of the road. And as you say, I mean, I know you've spent many years with Lizzie Deignan, and particularly in the early years of being on the academy, as she descends down into shore. You know her very well. You'll have experienced that in Mallorca, for example, on training camps, her descending skills.
Yeah, she is a very skillful descender, and you can see the road here. There's lots of sort of potholes that have been patched over, varying road surfaces. You can see on the camera there's a little bit of rain as well. So in this situation, being away on your own and being able to pick your own line, again, she's looking over her shoulder and seeing is anybody there. Perhaps we'll have a quick word on the radio, but this is a very, very steep descent, and she's able to, I think, gain some more time over the chasing group. Lots of crowds out here to support despite the weather, but this descent absolutely no problem whatsoever for Lizzie Deignan.
The chasers head into shore. Behind, riders have gone back to the team cars to get rain jackets as the small drops of rain start to fall into shore, which grew in the Industrial Revolution with its large cotton factories that sent fabric across the world. Deignan's a threat here, Joe. She came into the day 6th overall at 43 seconds behind Lotte Kopecky. She's not one of those riders who is completely out of contention for the green jersey.
No, and what she said before the race when asked what her targets were, she said they hadn't had the team meeting, but she would actually like to go for a result personally. As the race has progressed, she's found herself in that Queen of the Mountains jersey. She's found herself not the top rider on GC for the GB team, but now as this stage progresses, she's found herself with a gap, and she said herself that she wants to get a result, so she could well go for it. But just looking at the body language here, she is looking over her shoulder a few times, having a word on the radio. Chris Newton, the DS, will know these roads like the back of his hand as well, so he'll be communicating to Lizzie about what's coming up, and they'll be making a decision. Do they wait for this group and try again later on?
Large crowds out in shore to celebrate and cheer on the fourth stage, the final stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. Thanks to Grains Bar and the work on the front by Tennille Campbell, this group has been whittled down. As we just see, the weather conditions are changing. We just see our camera motorbike here at the back here, just cleaning the lens. So sometimes it's difficult when the weather is like this, Joe, where you just have a few spots of rain. It makes the road slick. Sometimes it can be worse than a big downpour.
Yeah, it can. Those changing weather conditions and the changing road surfaces, especially if you've got sections of road that are sheltered by trees, you're not quite sure how the surface is going to be underneath those trees, can be tricky to navigate. So it's certainly easier if you're away on your own like Lizzie is here. She's still having a word in the radio. I think she is actually happy for this group to potentially catch her, because she's looked back a few times, but they seem to be more happy to sort of hang her out to dry. They know how strong she is, but Liv and Lula Jacob have got plenty of riders in this group, so they're perhaps thinking, let's tire Lizzie out a little bit before the next climb.
Do you think it's a call come from herself, or perhaps something from the car to say, well, we've got Anna Henderson, who's second overall in the general classification at 17 seconds. Do you think perhaps the calls come from that, or whether she's also wanting a couple of riders? Well, she's enjoying. What a way. You're out for your morning run. You see an Olympic silver medalist come past you and a former road race world champion. Don't get that every Sunday.
No, you don't get that every Sunday. I'm really impressed with the crowds out here in this part of the world. We've got the borough of Rochdale, the borough of Oldham, a lot of cycling fans out here. Tough terrain to cycle on out in this part of northeast of Manchester. Very, very different to the Cheshire lanes that we were on yesterday. Just seeing Alice Wood in this shot, which I believe is the second group on the road, the Chasers here.
There's Heidi Franz, who suffered that crash towards the top of Grains Bar in that lime green and purple jersey of Life Plus Wahoo. So she's got herself into this chasing group here, which they're all contributing to the pace, which is good news for Franz, because there's still an opportunity to take points. But now, barring disaster for Deignan, there's no way that Heidi Franz can try and close that gap.
No, there's not. Diagon has gained 10 points on that first climb. Heidi Franz taking no points, unfortunately, due to that crash. Bad day out for her. She was also the rider that I mentioned earlier, having her portable coffee maker go missing this morning from the hotel, which would distress me an awful lot. So, yeah, not the best of luck. But just as we go back to these images now, it looks like Lizzie has been either given the green light by the DS or decided for herself to push on here. It's very different, the sort of body language, the way she sat on the bike. You can tell she's pushing on the pedals a lot more now. She's not looking over her shoulders so much to see where the chasing group is.
It's not uncommon that we see riders who are in a breakaway when they start to be reeled in by a peloton, and the peloton think, oh great, well we've got the rider, the lone rider, they're no threat, we've got them under control, we'll reel them back very easily. And then they push on again, and then they start to extend their advantage out front.
Yeah, certainly. So that sort of slight lull and that little bit of complacency can really change things. We're just seeing the second group about to get on it. This is the group of Alice Wood and of Heidi Franz that we were just talking about. So they're very, very close behind. Also, crucially, a number of riders from the SD Works Pro team, which will really boost the chances of Kopecky and Wiebes, who are in that front group.
She's got such a fluid pedaling style, hasn't she, Diagnan? A great position on the bike.
She has
very little movement.
Yeah, very strong core, nicely on the drops there, getting into that aero position, just pushing on now. So clearly accepting that she's got a gap and she's going to try and push on and try and keep it. We do have a flatter section of the courses. We're going to approach the town of Rochdale. We'll come through Rochdale with about 72 kilometres to go. So she's got 15 seconds over the peloton. It very much is a peloton now because Group 1 and Group 2 have joined together on the road. We saw the junction of the group of Alice Wood and Heidi Franz of Leigh who just come up to our front group there. There's a number of riders from Liverlula Draco in that group. There's a number of riders from SD Works Pro Time in that group. And crucially, Lizzie Diagnan also has a number of Great Britain Cycling Team teammates here as well. But now, as we see that main group, that peloton, it is Chantal van den Broek-Brack, who is the rider from SD Works Pro Time on the front controlling things. As we saw so much yesterday, SD Works Pro Time back in control.
Small glances over her shoulder just to see what is the advantage for Lizzie Diagnan. You can hear the wind. The wind is high again today, Joe, and we've already spoken about the weather conditions in terms of the little showers of rain and also what's forecast later on. But in terms of the wind, it's quite ferocious in points, particularly when it's open.
Yeah, so it's looking like a sort of head crosswind at the moment. It's about 22 kilometres an hour. As we climb out of Rochdale, we go into some really exposed roads, an uncategorised climb, which I personally would have made a categorised climb, but I've mentioned that a few times now. But we do have some serious climbing to come before we come to the rake, which is the next categorised climb of the day. But certainly the windy conditions will play a factor, especially as we climb out again, because it is so exposed. It's not a particularly nice weather day out here to the north of Manchester today. And riders that are in this group will have to make sure they're sort of the right side of the wheels and sheltering properly, because it's not too hard to keep, if you keep being the wrong side of the wheel and keep being in that sort of cross headwind, all that effort adds up.
Ultimately, using more energy than you might want to. Into Greengate. There's some riders who are very clever, very smart at which point in the peloton they need to be in, where they can get as much shelter off other riders as possible, particularly with that wind today. As Diagnan takes that sweeping left-hand bend. We're heading into territory close by to where Mandy Jones, now Mandy Bishop, the former road race world champion, she won that title on home soil back in 1982 in Goodwood. Well, here's confirmation of our results on Grains Bar, that Category 1 Queen of the Mountain. It's Diagnan who takes the 10 points ahead of her Great Britain national teammate Anna Henderson with 9. Kopecky taking the 8 ahead of Wiebes, Majerus. Pfeiffer Georgie taking 5 with Janssen taking 4. Letizia Paternoster picking up 3 with Franziska Koch taking 2 with Abby Smith taking the 1. Diagnan putting herself onto 35 points. It's Lotte Kopecky, who now is on 22 points in that competition. Still one of the nearest challengers, Anna Henderson, has put herself on to 25 points. So it's Dignan from Henderson to Kopecky in that competition now virtually. Seconds, virtually it's still Kopecky who is the leader in that green jersey, but gaining any more time for Dignan. If she gets above that 43, 44 second marker, she'll be the virtual leader on the road. And she's going to make it hard work for SD Worx Pro Time. Perhaps this works into the favour of the Great Britain national team in terms of tiring out SD Worx Pro Time, as we see a group of riders getting themselves back on, including Ilana Kastrika of Cofidis. Also trying to get herself back on is one of our early attackers. That's Ruth Shear of Das Hutchinson Brother UK. And they've got the group up ahead in their sights.
Yes, I'm sure they will make the junction. Also, Maddie Leach is part of that group, the rider that we saw in the breakaway yesterday, unfortunately having a mechanical and not making it all the way with Joe Tinley in the end. But this group will fight and this group will get back on. As you said, SD Worx Pro Time are controlling this front group now because Dignan has a 30-second lead and it's 43 seconds that she's down on GC. So at the moment, no panic for SD Worx at all, but they will put their riders towards the front. It is Chantel Vandenbroek Black who is the rider that we have seen with the rainbow bands on the end of her sleeves there, showing that she's a previous world champion. She worked ever so hard yesterday, spent a lot of time on the front, so clearly in good form to do this sort of job. And it's Team DSM Firmenich Post NL who are lining up behind her. Then the GB cycling team are just sort of poised and ready. If a counter-attack does go in, they're going to be ready for it.
It puts a lot of pressure, the fact that Dignan is out front and is a threat. The fact that the GB national team have two riders up there in that general classification, as we hone in on the rainbow bands of Chantal Vandenbroek Black, the jersey, the world title that she won in 2017 in Bergen in Norway. 43 seconds now the advantage. It's hanging in the balance. And Dignan is soon to become the virtual leader on the road here. This is putting pressure on SD Worx Pro Time, the fact that the GB national team have two riders in that general classification.
Yeah, and don't forget, if Dignan were to stay away to the finish with this sort of time gap, there are bonus seconds available at the finish as well, 10 seconds for the winner. So as we're just coming into Rochdale now, the weather is really coming in. Dignan has said many times in her career how she relishes this sort of weather, coming from Yorkshire, of course, based near Harrogate these days, but originally from Otley. She'll love racing in this sort of weather, but yeah, virtually the GC leader, essentially. So definitely time for SD Worx to be very vigilant about what's going on here. But I'd say really playing into the hands of someone like Anna Henderson, who can sit back and relax, let SD Worx do the work, and potentially attack on our next categorised climb of the day.
The weather conditions adding a layer of stress to the riders. You can see the rain has been pouring here into Rochdale, into this borough. It not only covers the town itself, but of course the surrounding countryside, particularly the north, in where the moorland is. You've got the villages of Haywood, you've got Milnrow, Middleton, Littleborough, right at the foothills of the Pennines. If you're trying to wonder where we are, right between the Pennines dividing where we are currently to Yorkshire. Lying in the Roch, which means valley of the River Dale.
So we're coming right into the centre of Rochdale here. Once we leave the centre of Rochdale, we will start climbing. We're going to head west through a town called Norden, then up an uncategorised climb called Aldbets locally. There's a pub called Aldbets at the top of the climb, and that's very exposed. And then we descend off that before we climb the Rake, which is the next categorised climb. So riders will need to be vigilant on that exposed section of road, that uncategorised climb. Just looking at the time gap here, SD Worx have got it controlled enough so that Lizzie Dignan no longer the virtual GC leader. Of course, if she were to stay away, as I mentioned, bonus seconds are available, so they can't relax just yet. But I think playing a very wise game here, SD Worx, in terms of potentially trying to tire Lizzie out, although, as I said earlier, could really play into the hands of all the other runners that might want to try and attack SD Worx later on.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the fourth and final stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. 74 kilometres to go, coming up to 45 minutes of racing, and we've had a very animated start. We've had Krista Dobell-Hickok try to attack, we've had Ruth Schreer, and this is the solo leader that we're seeing in that blue jersey. That was Lizzie Deignan, who went for the points at the top of the first Queen of the Mountain of the day, the Category 1 at Grains Bar. She went for the points because she is the leader in that classification. She took the 10 points, but she opened up a gap, and down as she descended into shore, she opened up an advantage, and she's continued to pursue the lead on this fourth and final stage. She's got a maximum gap along the way of 43 seconds. It's hovering around 40 seconds as we've headed into Rochdale, but she has become a real threat to Lotte Kopecky, who leads the overall general classification. We've got one more Queen of the Mountain to come. That's at the Ramsbottom Rake. We've got one intermediate sprint that comes at Horwich, and we're heading for our final in Leigh, which is due to host and will host a stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women for the very first time. It's a short stage, it's only 99 kilometres long with 1,612 metres of elevation. Very little flat roads for these riders. We've had a split and it's all come back together, and the peloton is being led by SD Works Pro Time and Chantal van der Broek Black. We're looping around the town centre here. We leave the town, which is known as Spotland. That's where the town's football club is, Rochdale FC. Currently in the National League, a little further down, but they spent 102 years in the Football League. This is something, as Barbara Garishi takes over from Chantal van der Broek Black, this is something they're used to. SD Works Pro Time, we saw them doing the same, very much the same yesterday with Joe Tindley, because they knew it was a sprint stage, a stage bookmarked for the sprinters, and they had Weebies. But Deignan's not going to make it easy for them.
The big difference today is that the rider that they are trying to control the time gap to is a rider that we know can go on a solo breakaway this long and win. As you referenced, the Paris-Roubaix Femme, when she won in that long solo breakaway, you know, we know the class of Deignan. She's a previous world champion in road racing. She's the Olympic silver medalist, and of course a British rider will know some of these roads, will potentially have fans out there supporting her. This is actually a far more dangerous move than yesterday. Gap now showing 52 seconds, so despite the work of SD Works Pro Time, Deignan has took out another 10 seconds there since our last time check.
Deignan at one point, as we were into shore and up to Higher Compton, you could see visibly she was trying to get the communication through the radio. She's trying to make a decision, and we know tactically she's very astute. She's a very clever, instinctful bike rider.
Yeah.
But for Deignan, she was trying to get that confirmation. Shall I continue to pursue this breakaway here? She's decided to do so, and right now, Lizzie Deignan, there we have confirmation, is the virtual race leader on the road, and now she's a real threat to that lead of Lotte Kopecky.
She is indeed a real threat to the lead of Kopecky. The road is going to climb up again here. We do have plenty of tough roads to come. The climb of the Rake that we've got later on, the first category climb, is really nasty. Highs of up to 20% gradients in places, so makes it tougher to control a pedal on these sort of roads, as we see Chantal van der Broek Black on the front once again for SD Works Pro Time. It's a little bit easier to control. You know, you can get into a rhythm. We are going to be climbing again, but when we kick up that nasty climb of the Rake, that is going to be very, very tricky. So that could be a potential for Deignan to draw out more of a gap. This group has really swelled as well, so a lot of runners that were dropped on our first categorised climb of the day by Tadell Campbell of Liverpool Jaker, who was on the front for most of that climb, have been able to get back on. But really not too much of a concern for SD Works Pro Time here. They're thinking about their runners they've got available to work for Kopecky. Defend that green overall leader jersey. Kopecky said in our interview at the start of the show today, the priority is the GC, and Deignan has taken it to SD Works Pro Time.
They'll have these time gaps through the race radio. 45 seconds still for Deignan. She's fluid. She gets herself into a really nice rhythm Really good position on the bike. This is not going to be easy for Dijkman. Still the virtual leader out on the road, despite losing a handful of seconds. Through Rochdale, it's got that Grade 1 listed town hall building, opened in 1872. One of the Northwest's most famous buildings, recently undergone a complete restoration. Behind, there's not going to be any other team that helps SD Worx Pro Time here, because surely the onus is only on this team.
Yeah, the onus is only on this team because they do have the overall leader in Kopecky, who's in that pale green jersey. Wiebes is in the red jersey just ahead of her, keeping that warm because Kopecky is also the leader of the points competition. But nobody else needs to do any work here. If I were a rider from another team, I would be thinking, you know, could I bide my time and could I try and make an attack later on? But in terms of the overall GC and the way this race is going, SD Worx Pro Time know that Dijkman is a threat. They know that the class of Dijkman. So very much it's down to them to do the work now. If I were another team, I would not be doing a tap at all. I'd be just biding my time to see if I want to attack and try and go across to Dijkman potentially.
You can see the Great Britain national team Soigneur on the roadside. Not opting to take a bottle. Feeding opened after 30 kilometres of racing. It'll close with 20 kilometres to go. With a short stage, there's not really a big window in terms of feeding from the team car at the roadside from soigneurs or carers. Of course, they'll, on a short, intense stage, Joe, it's important to make sure that you're keeping on top of that fueling strategy, the hydration, despite the rain falling.
Yep, still very important. Obviously easier to forget these things, especially when it's raining and it's a little bit cooler out there. But Dijkman is been a professional for so many years. She will know exactly what she's doing and taking the opportunities to feed now.
Well, a big shame to see that Lucy Leigh, the 26-year-old British rider from Das Hutchinson, Brother UK, has sadly had to abandon this fourth and final stage. She was the rider who attacked on stage one into Llandudno with 10 kilometres to go. She held off the peloton, taking her first ever UCI Women's World Tour top 10 result. So a big shame for that team, a big shame for Lucy Leigh. The road starts to rise, and it's Eleanor Barker with that yellow helmet on in the white jersey. Alongside her is Henderson and Backstead. They almost just come towards the front just to be there, try and nullify anything.
Yeah, definitely. So making sure they're in the right place. If anybody tries to go across the Dijkman, they're able to mark that. So not keen on pushing the pace on here, but Eleanor Barker here, I'd say, working for Anna Henderson, who's in second wheel. So Barker in the sort of more orangey red helmet and Anna Henderson in second wheel in the sort of black and yellow helmet. So she's the rider that is second place on GC behind Kopecky. So they can just sit and wait. You know, it's brilliant for the GB cycling team right now. If Dijkman stays away, she'll win the stage and potentially win the GC, depending what the time gap is. If she is brought back, then Henderson needs to be ready to go with any counter moves and try and attack Kopecky.
The rain's falling, the umbrellas are out, but it's not deterring the fans at the roadside. I think you and I cursed these weather conditions, Joe, because you and I have both lived in Manchester, and we said it's not always raining all so much. It's not always that bad.
Yeah, not always. Today not being one of those days, unfortunately.
Sorry, Peloton.
Living up to its reputation of being a rainy part of the world. You can just see this is quite a significant climb here, not categorised, and Dijkman able to tackle it by herself, picking the line that she wants. Gap up to 56 seconds now. We might be able to see in this shot, at the moment we can't see the peloton coming up behind her because she is drawing out even more of a lead. Heading up towards a minute is really sort of very significant sort of time gap in terms of cycling when you have got that lead. But look at this attack going in now.
This is interesting. Charlotte Kohl of Team DSM Firmenich Post-NL has decided she wants to try and take an opportunity. As the road narrows, It's the Dutch rider, the Dutch sprinter who finished second on the stage yesterday, who wants to try and go in pursuit of Lizzie Deignan here. And this is an interesting move because, of course, they've got Pfeiffer Georgie, fourth overall in that general classification at 38 seconds. Could this be Charlotte Kool going up the road to gain some sliding room before the next big demanding part of today's stage?
Yeah, really interesting because Charlotte Kool is, of course, known for being a sprinter. But look at this big attack here as the road goes up. She's left the peloton behind and she's trying to make it across to Deignan. This is not how we're used to seeing Charlotte Kool race, but I am really impressed with this move.
Today she's very much playing that team role. Yesterday it was all about the sprinters, it was all about protecting Charlotte Kool, and today her job on the road has changed. Her visibility behind, the lights are on the bikes. Deignan still well within her rhythm. Closing up to almost a minute of an advantage. But this could be a smart move for Team DSM Firmenich Postenel to send Charlotte Kool up the road, because once we head towards Ramsbottom and the rake, we've got another climb coming up before they'll descend down and then start to climb the rake itself. Having numbers, strength in numbers, particularly for some of these climbs, and thinking of the rake and the descent down as you head into the to the bottom of that, it's important to make sure that Pfeiffer Georgie has numbers.
Yeah, so by Charlotte Kool going up the road, she'll essentially let the race come to her on the next climb. So if she does make it across the diagonal, and even if she doesn't, if she's ahead of the peloton when we hit that next first categorised climb of the rake in Ramsbottom, that means Pfeiffer Georgie will have a teammate up the road when things will inevitably split up on that climb. You know, we've got highs of 20% on that climb to come. It's having that sort of launch pad up ahead and having that teammate up the road ready for you to ride up to, the sort of person that might not have been there if it had just been a case of following the wheels on those steep gradients. So really, really helpful for Team DSM Firmenich.
Charlotte Kool takes a look over her right-hand shoulder, and you can see how much rain is falling onto our camera motorbikes, a little clean, and this is hurting Charlotte Kool. You can just see the grimace on her face. This is no easy road. It's an uncategorized climb, but it's a difficult one at that. They're an aggressive team. We saw them want to try something on Friday's stages. The gap is at 42 seconds. Let's hear from the British champion, Pfeiffer Georgie.
How are you this morning, Pfeiffer?
Yeah, yesterday was a bit tough with one of our teammates, Danique, crashing quite badly. So that was, not nice, but we're trying to turn it around and, really go for today and, look for the podium on GC.
Yeah, can you tell us a bit more about yesterday? Did you get held up as well?
Yeah, it was actually a lot of us, like 4 of us from the team did. So we all saw it happen, which wasn't nice. I had someone's handlebars in my wheel, but luckily didn't crash. So it was just getting that and then trying to get on the way and refocus and try and set up Charlotte for the sprint.
And so with that in mind, are you kind of just building that morale up this morning on the bus?
Yeah, we're really motivated today, actually. I think it's actually a really hard course. The profile, you can see a lot of short, steep kickers, and I think it's a perfect course for an exciting race. So I think we're going to try and race early and really try and force something today.
Yeah, I was just going to say, what's the plan? I know you can't tell me all of it.
No, I think just be aggressive, and we're really going to try and get on the podium for GC, and it's going to be all in for that. And we try, and if we fail, then that's what it is.
Good luck. Thank you, Pfeiffer.
Thank you.
They've got to try, and if they fail, then so be it, but they've got to try something. And Team DSM Firmenich Postenel are trying to be animating and animate this race with Charlotte Kool, trying to get up the road, specifically to try and protect Pfeiffer Georgie towards the back end of today's stage. The weather conditions, Joe, whilst we've been listening to Pfeiffer Georgie there, have worsened. 66 kilometres to go. We're heading towards Bury. But it's abysmal at the top of these moors.
It is very exposed up here. We're going past the reservoir onto the road. Then it's a very fast descent in as we do head towards Ramsbottom. So once again, Deignan able to pick her line there, going solo, and able to go the best route down this really technical descent.
This is where it'll work into the favour of Deignan, and particularly on the descent here, where she can pick her own line, and As we see, Charlotte Cole just clicks it down again, number 13 on her back.
Yeah, Cool also able to pick her own line here. Once again, Chantel Vandenbroek-Black on the front of this group, but Tanel Campbell coming up here once again. She's already been super strong so far today. Liverpool Joko clearly want to try and take a win on this final stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. So 2 teams now with trains at the front of this group as we approach this fast descent. There's the pub at the top of the climb, the Owl Bet's Inn, as we go past the reservoir as well. So very, very exposed here, but about to attempt this fast descent.
It's open and it's exposed, and you can see just from the trees there how blustery it is as Charlotte Cool is coming towards the top of that pub. A good road surface over the top of these moors. This is the situation on the road. We've got our leader, Lizzie Deignan, who is being chased down by Charlotte Cool at 42 seconds. The peloton are at 56 seconds behind. And the weather is only going to worsen. Well, they had to try something. They had to be animate this race, and it's Charlotte Cool who has now just been picked up by the peloton. She's been brought back to the peloton. It's deceptively hard, this part of the road, Joe. It's a false flat. It's one of those cruel bits of roads where we're not onto a classified climb. There's so much elevation as we've gone into Upper Mill and then into Delph and then into Grange Bar. We've descended into Rochdale.
Yeah, we've climbed.
We've still got a few more kilometres until we get to the top here.
Yeah, so we've climbed out of Rochdale onto these really exposed roads, like we've been saying. So many uncategorised climbs on today's stage. Just the 2 categorised climbs, both first category climbs, meaning maximum points available of 10 points for the winner each time. Just seeing the Great Britain cycling team car been brought forward by the commissaires. They're coming past the peloton. So Chris Newton, the director sportif for the Great Britain cycling team, will be able to follow Lizzie Deignan now in this solo breakaway. So clearly they decided that the time gap to Deignan is enough to allow that team car to come past. That's a decision for the commissaires. We're still seeing 56 seconds between Deignan and the peloton, but the car has been given the okay to come past the peloton on this section of road, which is actually quite wide, and the pace of the peloton means they're just on the one side of the road here, so able to come past. A lot of riders trying to get themselves in a better position now. The road will descend into the town of Edenfield and will then head to Ramsbottom, which will be where we begin our next categorised climb of the day, our final first category climb, which is called the Rake, climb that's been used for the National Hill Climb Championships on a number of occasions. So anybody that is used to the world of hill climbing here in the UK, normally takes place in the early autumn. Can be on some of the short, steep climbs or some of the longer climbs that we've got. And we do have a national champion crowned every year. So the Rake is just over a kilometre long, but highs of up to 20% gradient. So really, really nasty climb and could very much split up this peloton. So clearly Team DSM Firmenich Post NL. We're trying to get Charlotte Call up the road, ready to have a rider from their team ready in case the race splits up on that climb. But she was not able to make it across to Deignan. Still, Deignan pushes on as we go through Turn, village called Turn, before we descend into Edenfield. Nasty, nasty conditions out north of Manchester today. Deignan will relish this, but once again, it's Team DSM Firmenich Post NL on the left of the shot. They're trying to get themselves towards the front, just looking to see if they're going to try anything again. But Team SD Works Pro Time are very much in control of things at the moment, knowing this is a fast section of the course before we turn onto the main road, before we then turn off to Ramsbottom. So fast section here, but the GB cycling team car has been called up from behind the peloton in the convoy here to follow Deignan. So you can see that car on the right-hand side of the shot there with the GBR logo on it. That is Diagon's team car. And what a ride it is by Diagon so far today. Technical turn here that she's just able to negotiate by herself. No problem at all here for the experience of Diagon. But nasty, nasty conditions back here in the peloton.
Terrible conditions for the fourth and final stage. This is where, Joe, some riders will be loving these conditions. They'll be licking their lips and thinking, great, race on. I enjoy these conditions. I already know that many riders here in the peloton will be hating this. They won't enjoy these conditions, particularly when you've got a lot of descending, you've got some technical, tricky parts of the course, and they'll, perhaps psychologically, will already be defeated.
Yeah, very much so. And you can see a lot of riders towards the back of this group letting gaps open to the wheel in front. So that will be a case of they're getting a lot of spray off the road. They're not feeling quite so confident to hold onto the wheels, and they're happy to let a few of those gaps open for safety. I can see Eleanor Baxter actually right towards the front of this group for the GB team. So clearly these conditions not phasing her at all. Equally, Pfeiffer Georgie on the left-hand side of the screen there, being led by two of her teammates down this descent, keen to keep her in a good position. And you can see a lot of riders further back in this group just letting a few wheels go. That will purely be a confidence thing in these nasty conditions of wanting to keep the spray out of their faces.
Each and every time they get to the bottom of a descent and it starts to kick up immediately, Grishy, you can see, just kicks on a big acceleration. 57 seconds now the advantage for our lone leader, Lizzie Deignan. Takes a lot of speed into that left-hand turn, just has to correct herself as she takes a look around over the left-hand shoulder, just to make sure that her team are all there and just to see what is the damage behind. The peloton has swelled. Of course, we had that split over Grains Bar as the security at the roadside just guiding them where there's little pinch points, little tricky parts along the course as they head into Edensfield.
So we've got about 2 kilometres on this relatively main road here as we head south. So we've got a crosswind on this section of the course, but slightly more sheltered with a few houses here at the side of the road. And then we're going to make a right-hand turn into Ramsbottom, and then we approach that first category climb. So at the moment, Lizzie Deignan here, getting as aerial as she can, getting her head down, trying to make the most of this advantage before we reach that next climb.
It's all strung out, and there's a few little gaps opening up behind. Liva Jaco there with their strong roster. GB national team never too far away, right in the centre, well protected, and following her team is Pfeiffer Georgie in that white British Champions jersey. This is what it looks like at the back, and there's several riders who aren't having a good time of this as we head into Shuttleworth. This is Olivia Majesqua, the Polish rider for Torelli, the Irish Continental team. 1 minute and 4 seconds. They're working hard at the front. It's just by default that Lizzie Deignan right now is incredibly strong. She's able to pick her line. She's not having to have the stress of other riders around her. But 1 minute and 4 seconds starts to become a real threat, particularly as we're heading into the final 60 kilometres of the race.
It does, and what's interesting is SD Works Pro Team have had 2 or 3 riders rotating at the front. They've had Chantal Vandenbroek-Black, they've had Barbara Garishi, they've had Christy Majerus has sort of been up there as well. And despite the fact they've got that many riders working, still 1 versus 3, and it is Deignan coming out on top.
Look at the weather conditions here from the helicopter shot. Abysmal. In parts, it can make for exciting racing, Joe, because it really adds another layer of stress. It's an added dimension as we look over Ramsbottom. This is where our second and final Queen of the Mountain of this Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain will take place, the Ramsbottom Rake, and it's a climb that I know you've done on many occasions in training, and you know just how brutal it is. It's a short one, but it's a fierce, fierce Queen of the Mountain.
Yeah, it's a really nasty one, and sort of reminiscent of the sort of climbs that we see in races like the Tour of Flanders, you know, kicking up well over 20%. Very, very significant climb. Quite a narrow road as well. So for the peloton, a very different situation to Lizzie, who's able to ride here as a solo rider. Plenty of crowds out here to support Deignan, to support the professional women's peloton coming through Ramsbottom. But Deignan will be able to pick her own line on this very tough, very steep, just over a kilometre long, so relatively short climb. We're now seeing just 40 seconds.
The second and final Queen of the Mountain of the day. It's the Ramsbottom Rake, a Category 1 climb. It's short, but it's sharp because it's only 1.1 kilometres long, but with a whopping average gradient of 10.1%. You see regularly all the way up the climb, double digits, 18.8% maximum, but it's consistent all the way to the top. The gap comes down to 40 seconds, but this climb is a real burner.
It is no stranger to bike races on this climb, as I said before, hosting the National Hill Climb Championships on a number of occasions. But looking back at this peloton once again, Team DSN Firmenich Post NL, as Pfeiffer Georgie said, racing aggressively, trying to launch Pfeiffer Georgie into this nasty first category climb to try and see if she can do something to get it onto the podium.
Charlotte Kool, who is setting the pace on the front, and it's the Dutch sprinter who swings to the left-hand side. Her job is done for the day. They wanted to animate today's stage, they wanted to be aggressive, and they come into the Ramsbottom Rake trying to deliver Pfeiffer Georgie. On the front, it's Franziska Koch, who we saw leading solo on Friday's stage on stage 2. The British champion is there, just biding her time. She's being well protected throughout. Anna Henderson is there from the Great Britain national team, and of course this works perfectly for Henderson, the 25-year-old, because she's got a teammate up the road, Kopecky, just speaking into the radio in that green jersey. And you start to see as that time gap comes down, the road starts to narrow. The team car has been pulled out of this gap. Now it's gone, which indicates, Joe, that it's gone below 30 seconds, this advantage for Duignan.
Yep, so the commissaires choosing to pull out the team car when the gap comes down too much. But looking back, this was the peloton coming into the climb. It's just gone further back into the group now, but the front of this peloton has thinned into a very small, select group. They're headed up by Team DSM Firmenich Post NL. Second wheel, Pfeiffer Georgie, British champion. She's the key one to look out for. Anna Henderson is right on her wheel. Lotte Kopecky, the green jersey, the overall race leader, is poised and ready, following all the moves here. We'll check to see how many teammates she's got. I have seen Christine Majerus in that group, who will be a really key teammate for Kopecky, but still Duignan pushes on. We can't see that chase group behind just yet. Oh, just about to come in the shot there.
Georgie has Franziska Koch for company, her teammate. Henderson is looking incredibly comfortable as they have terrific support on the rake. This is not often, this just shows how demanding the rake is, because it's not often that we see the rocking and rolling of the shoulders of Lizzie Duignan, the gritted teeth in that grimace like we just saw there, as now Paternoster dances on the pedals there for Liv Alula-Jayco alongside Henderson.
Paternoster in such good form this week, and just seeing her come to the front on a climb like this, we know that she's a fast sprinter, but she's such a talented all-round rider, and she's the one setting the pace in this group. I saw Franziska Koch just struggling a little bit to hold the pace, but look at the motorbike.
Such is the difficulty of this climb, such are the steep gradients. Even our motorbikes are having a hard time of making their way up this climb. The rake has provided a platform for an explosion here in Lancashire. It's Duignan who gets second wind. The shoulders rock and roll with gritted teeth. She's coming towards the top of this climb, but it'll feel never ending, and you can see the steepness as she gets towards the top where it finally starts to plateau. This is demanding.
This is demanding indeed. She will take maximum points for the Queen of the Mountains competition, which was her objective at the start of the day. Of course, those objectives change as the race goes on, as she got that big lead. Just coming into the finish now.
Lizzie Duignan crests the top of the rake. She takes the maximum points. It was the second and final Queen of the Mountain of the day, the final Queen of the Mountain of this Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain. Henderson comes to the top. She takes the 9 ahead of Paternoster. Kopecky there taking the 7. There is Pfeiffer Georgie who takes the 6. And now Kopecky just speaks into the radio, and it's only 4 riders in the chase.
Yeah, very select 4 riders in that chase group. Our overall leader, Kopecky. Our second place on GC Henderson, our third place on GC Paternoster, and our fourth place on GC Pfeiffer Georgie. So no real surprise at the composition of this group. The Great Britain cycling team car is still just behind this group at the moment. Of course, Henderson here in that black and yellow helmet. Diagon is still just ahead on the radio there.
But you can see just behind the Great Britain national team car, there's a couple more riders who are trying to come across. We'll try and get confirmation of that as soon as we can. But that climb, and still riders are trying to make their way up. And you can see the handrail here. This is to give assistance, such as the steepness of the gradient here. It's to assist pedestrians to get up the climb, never mind riding on two wheels.
Yeah, really glad we got a shot of that handrail, because it is, yeah, it's TV never does these sort of climbs justice, but that really shows quite how steep it is there. And you can see from the motorbikes as well. But some serious damage has been done in that group behind, a really select group of just 4 riders now who are chasing Diagon. So for Henderson, she hasn't got to do any of the work. If she can sit on and follow the wheels. We can't currently see that second group on the road in that shot, so there is still quite a significant gap to Diagon.
5 riders, Majerus has joined in the 4 chasers. 5 riders chase. It's Majerus, Kopecky, Paternoster, Henderson, and at the back here we've got our British champion in Pfeiffer Georgie. Still riders get to the top of the rake. There's going to be riders all over the Lancashire countryside. We've left Ramsbottom. Heading for Holcombe Tower. Just close to the Peel Tower at Holcombe Hill. This is good news for Kopecky that she's got Majerus with her, Joe, because Diagon, and there is Wiebes. Wiebes has managed to get herself over the Ramsbottom rake, and that gives Lotte Kopecky 2 teammates at her disposal.
Super significant, 2 teammates for Kopecky, and we just got a couple more riders joining, some Liverlula Jayco teammates there, and now a few riders coming back together.
More and more riders, including the Australian road race champion Ruby Roseman Gannon. That's good news for Letizia Paternoster, now that she's got some help. Cofidis coming back with 1 rider too. Are they coming back just through the pure fact that there's plenty more groups and you can see how it's swelled here? Or are they coming back because there was no real cohesion in this group?
I think there was no real cohesion in that group. So Anna Henderson was one of the real sort of strong riders in that group, but of course she wasn't going to be one of the riders on the front because it's her teammate for the Great Britain team up the road in Diagon. Now the SD Works Pro Team have got a couple more riders there. You can see Christine Majerus and Lorena Wiebes have come right in front of Kopecky, and they're now dictating the pace. So they will now take control of this group. Still, Diagon looks fine and just having a little wonder of what's going on. Of course, they do have the race radios, but you never know quite when you might lose signal depending how far back the team car is and what sort of communication she's getting. They're also getting communication from the motorbike, so we do see the blackboard come past with the time checks on as well. So she'll be getting information from various different sources. She, of course, had a lot of encouragement from the side of the road as she went up the rake. So many cycling fans on that very famous climb here north of Manchester. Still, she's battling on solo, but we'll have to see quite how well that next group is working together.
Into Hawkshaw for Lizzie Diagon. And of course, the rake so synonymous with cycling, as you mentioned, Joe, with the British Hill Climb Championships hosted on 3 occasions. Lancashire Road Club organised an annual contest on the climb, and it's been used in the Men's Tour of Britain in the past, back in 2019 and 2023. Pavel Sivakov led the race over that climb back in 2019, and of course Pavel Sivakov now part of that UAE Team Emirates strong roster. He's got his teammate in Adam Yates, who's not too far, lives not too far away in this area. Adam and Simon Yates coming from Bury.
They certainly do. So as we can see, so much support from cycling fans out there because they know it is a really key part of the course. This is the 3rd group on the road. We can see Eleanor Baxted in this group for the GB cycling team just at the back here, as well as Flora Perkins by the looks of things and Millie Cousins. So a few of Lizzie Diagon's teammates in this group. They'll be able to follow the wheels of San Michel Mavic, Aubert 93, who have got 3 riders by the looks of things at the front of this group. They're just trying to get themselves across to the next group. We now have some more SD Works riders in this first chase group on the road, and I did see Kopecky doing some work herself a few moments ago in this group.
Do you think she's starting to get a little bit anxious?
Potentially, yes, because we're not just thinking about the stage win today, we are thinking about the GC. We have seen Diagon's gap go up to over a minute. We have seen her in that sort of virtual race leader's position, and Kopecky's had her teammates working for her for a long time now, and they've not made huge inroads into that lead.
Just by default of what's happening at the front of the chasing group number 1, this is chase group 2, who very soon, if they keep that cohesion, they'll be joining forces with this group here. It'll be a large group, and sometimes that really disrupts the dynamic of a chasing group. Too many riders, not enough riders or who are willing to work.
Yeah, and I think the phrase is sort of polite interference that we use sometimes. So the more riders for the GB cycling team that are in the front group that potentially just, not deliberately blocking by any means, but just riders that potentially get in the way, potentially disrupt the flow of the chase to Dagenham.
If you're just joining us for the 4th and final stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women, you have missed a brilliant explosion across the Lancashire Hills. On the rake, it did the damage, and we only had 4 riders who were in the chase and in pursuit of Lizzie Deignan, our leader out on the road, who attacked over Greensbar, the first Queen of the Mountain of the day. That came with 82.9 kilometres to go when she made that move. She opened up a gap going for the 10 points in that Queen of the Mountains competition. She saw she had an advantage, and she continued to pursue with it. After a little bit of deliberation of whether to continue with that, she did. She was the virtual leader on the road. She had 1 minute and 4 seconds of an advantage, and it's really put the pressure on SD Works Pro Time here. And this is our green leader's jersey, the Lloyds Bank leader in Lotte Kopecky, who's being put to work. She's got teammates here. We've got inside 50 kilometres to go. We'll be heading towards Bolton. We're heading for Leigh, which is our finishing town. Welcome along. My name's Hannah Walker. Alongside me is Joe Rousel. Joe, we've got lots of races within a race. Here's the results of the Category 1 climb on the rake. It's Lizzie Deignan who takes the 10 ahead of Anna Henderson, who takes 9. Paternoster with the 8. Kopecky taking 7. Georgie with the 6. Christine Majeres, Wiebes, Aline Janssen, Margot van Pachtenbaker taking the 2, and Ruby Roseman Gannon taking the 1 remaining point in that classification. That puts Lizzie Deignan virtually on 45 points in that classification. So barring any issues, and as long as she finishes today's stage, she will go home with that Queen of the Mountains jersey. And it's not bad for a competition that at the start of this race they didn't really have at the forefront of their mind.
No, they didn't, and by virtue of her being in the right place on those early climbs on the first couple of stages, she's found herself in that jersey. She's defended it brilliantly, but in the act of sort of having an aggressive defence of that jersey, by going for the points on the first Queen of the Mountains today, she ended up with that gap, and that is why she is now leading the race. 30 seconds is our latest time gap to this chase group on the road. Chasers 1, which includes green jersey Kopecky. This is Chasers 2, so they're trying to reach the group of Kopecky. Crucially, I did see Lorena Wiebes look like she's struggling a little bit in that first chase group, so she's no longer contributing to the chase.
Sarah Roy is in this second chasing group, as is Valerie de May. Grace Lister's here. You can see Eleanor Backstead a little further forward for the Great Britain national team. It looks as though we've also got Millie Cousins in this group of the Great Britain national team. You can see her in that white jersey. There's another rider, which I think is Flora Perkins. So there's several riders here, and it's San Michel Mavic Aubert 93 who've got 3 riders in the yellow and orange jerseys who desperately need to try and close the gap, because they came into the day with Victoire Gilman 8th overall at 43 seconds in that general classification. They want to try and protect the top 10.
Yeah, they desperately want to try and protect that top 10 on GC. That was a really significant result in a UCI Women's World Tour stage race. So they're working as hard as they can to get up to that next group on the road. Meanwhile, SD Works Pro Time, including Lotte Kopecky, are working hard in that group to get to Lizzie.
Let's just take a look at this as Lizzie just navigates some bad patches of road here. This is the beauty for Deignan that she has, because she can pick exactly where she wants to go. She doesn't have to think about any of the riders around her. as opposed to the riders behind, as it's starting to swell in numbers, you don't really have that luxury. 28 seconds the deficit.
Yes, then another 12-second back to chasers too. So at the moment, Kopecky is back in that virtual leader's jersey as well as the actual green leader's jersey that we can see her in here. But she's forced to do the work herself, which is really interesting. She had so many teammates earlier on in today's stage, but the onus is on her to do that work now. She's the only one really able to make inroads into Dijksen's lead.
The gap is coming down, it's tumbling down, and that's due to the impetus at the front from Lotte Kopecky. Kopecky will have that blue jersey just in her sights momentarily there on that part of the road. She used up her teammates early on with Chantal van den Broek-Black and Barbara Garishi. Cecchini was able to bridge across, as was Majeras, but perhaps Kopecky's thinking now she doesn't have the resources.
Yeah, I think they probably thought they'd be able to bring back Dijksen a lot quicker and a lot easier. I think they perhaps thought they'd sort of almost hang her out to dry, just leave her dangling in that sort of 30-second plus mark. But it did go over a minute at one point, despite going over the rake and the sort of the brutal racing from that group behind. They still didn't bring her back. And often you do see on a climb like that with peloton sort of racing each other and attacks coming in, the gap would come tumbling down naturally. And while it did come down, they still haven't caught her. So Kopecky being forced to do the work herself here. We're in the second half of our stage. We've got no more categorised climbs to come, but still, as you can see from these shots, the roads are constantly up and down.
Inside 50 kilometres to go, 49 kilometres remain. This is our chasing group, and you can see just how laboured it looks from the body language of these riders. Our best young rider jersey, the white jersey there, number 55, Aline Janssen, is in this chasing group. She sits 5th overall in the main general classification 2 at 43 seconds. So she's having a great race so far. She's still within striking distance of a podium finish in the green jersey.
She is, so very much all to play for in that sense. It's really interesting seeing the makeup of that group, and there'll be a lot of riders that just don't need to worry about working at all. It is down to Kopecky to chase this down, chase Dijksen down. Of course, Dijksen has got a fantastic reputation, previous world champion herself, so it's the current world champion chasing down a previous world champion doing the work. And you can see the road kicking up again here, another uncategorised climb, but still some serious gradients to contend with.
Just due to the nature of today's parkour, particularly after the rake, we've had several riders who've abandoned today's stage. We've had Lucy Leigh, who's abandoned. We've had Tilda Hammerstrom, Jessica Finney and Isabel Darvell of Dolcini O'Shea, who've abandoned the stage, along with Nia Evans, Lucy Nelson and Kim Baptista from Torelli. Amelia Tyler and Abby Plowman from Albert Development Road Team has abandoned the stage, as has Georgia Baker from Liv Alula Jayco. Annika Nijnberg of the Volker Vessels Women's Pro Cycling Team has abandoned the stage. That is all of our riders. Also Rotem Gofinovitz and Sara Casasola, who has abandoned the stage for Hess Cycling. It's done a lot of damage, this fourth and final stage. Even in some of these protected areas, Joe, you can see how high the wind is. A tailwind at the moment is protected by the high hedgerows, but once it becomes exposed, it becomes incredibly difficult.
Yeah, constantly changing conditions, the road constantly changing direction, up and down all the time. It looks like the roads are drier here though, so as we were saying earlier, it's really changing weather conditions out today. We had some really heavy rain and some really exposed conditions on the climb out of Rochdale, but now seem to have dry roads. And we're seeing 8 seconds now to chase Group 1, 44 seconds back to chase Group 2, which is not good news for Saint-Michel Mabic over 93. But for the likes of Kopecky and ST Works Proton, we can't quite see them in the shot though, so perhaps it could be slightly more than 8 seconds.
But if Dijksen takes a look behind, she doesn't see them. That gives her that confidence, knowing that, well, there they come right into shot. It's led by Christine Majeras in the red, white and blue jersey of the Luxembourg champion, one of 4 champions, national champions here at the start. The others being Ruby Roseman Gannon, Pfeiffer Georgie. As we see Dignan. These roads are cruel. There's some real steep gradients, and it's particularly where we've seen Dignan gain time on these harder roads.
Yeah, and this sort of terrain, just 15 seconds now, the gap from our leader to our chaser. It does play into the hands of a solo rider. If you've got a group and you've got riders doing through and off trying to get into a rhythm, it could be very disruptive when the road is constantly up and down, twisting and turning. Whereas Dignan going solo here can pick her line, can pick her pace, ride exactly at the pace she wants to do. You can see from the trees here, crazy wind out there as well today. So this stage has had a bit of everything thrown at these riders.
The wet roads are back. We headed through Holcombe Hill, past the Peel Tower. Tower, one of two monuments erected in memory of Sir Robert Peel, who was born in Bury in 1788. He was the founder of the modern police force. He was the Prime Minister of Britain from 1841 to 1846. During World War II, that particular tower was used as a home guard, as a lookout for any enemy parachutists. The motorbikes come past the riders. They do such a great job at protecting all of this rolling road closure for the riders. Just to the back here, number 22, this is Amber Pate. Number 45 is the former Oceania Road Race champion, Josie Talbot. Number 12, who you can see there on the wheel of the Australian Road Race champion, Ruby Roseman Gannon. That's Franziska Koch. Leigh Jansen, number 55. Pfeiffer Georgie, 14. Anna Henderson, number 152. There is Letizia Paternoster, number 24. Josie Talbot is having a good race. They lost Kirsty van Haften this morning, the Dutch rider. Nicola Noskova they lost a couple of days ago, but for Josie Talbot, she can really fly under the radar here. She's not a threat in the general classification. She's 21st overall at 4 minutes and 45 seconds, so there's no onus on her to try and do some work. She will want to try and keep a good position here and perhaps take her opportunity where possible.
Yeah, take opportunities if they do arise. What's really interesting, we can see here on this shot that Dignan is not far ahead, but it's still Kopecky forced to do the work here. So the overall leader of the race, despite having three teammates here, is the one trying to close this gap. Lorena Wiebes is back up there in that red jersey. We saw her struggling a little bit earlier, but still onus on Kopecky, which I think is fascinating. All these other riders can sit here and rest, follow the wheels. White jersey there, number 55, Leigh Jansen of Volker Vessel's Women's Pro Cycling team. She's been super impressive this week. But Paternoster, who's just gone out of shot there on the left for Livalula Jaco, climbing ever so well on the rake. Third place on GC currently.
Franziska Koch just makes a little acceleration. She wants to come alongside her teammate Pfeiffer Georgie, the British champion. Leigh Jansen, you can see in that white jersey, it's quite the impressive story. She was racing with a club team last year before being signed to Volker Wessels for 2024 and the 2025 season. In terms of experience, she's relatively inexperienced, but she's showing and proving that she's a real big talent, particularly in the youth classifications, the young rider classifications, and 5th overall in the overall classification. She had some good results a couple of years ago. She doesn't have any teammates here to protect, so she's really got to ride off the back of other teams who are doing the work.
Yeah, so for Leigh Jansen, just follow the wheels here. No pressure on her to do anything to animate this race, unless we come towards the end and she wants to try and attack herself. Then, of course, she'll be free to go for that. But at the moment, she does not need to worry about the chasing. Just follow the wheels best she can. Make sure she gets as much shelter as possible, especially on the windier sections. We've got various changes in direction. We'll be going from crosswind to tailwind to headwind and back again. So just trying to make sure she's in the best possible place at all times. Just going up the group here, Pfeiffer Georgie, one teammate in Franziska Koch there in number 12. two riders from Team DSM Firmenich Post NL. They have a little tiny conversation. We saw Francesca Koch just come alongside Pfeiffer Georgie there. They'll just have a little chat about what perhaps they can try to do in this situation. Really interesting how hard SD Works are having to work in. They're using up Kopecky, the overall leader, to bring back Dijkman because they know that she is such a threat. Just looking on our course here, interestingly, our sprint that comes in Horwich, that comes at 24k to go. That's previously hosted the National Criterium Championships on a number of occasions, and back in 2007, Dijkman did win there.
Thinking back to that, they also hosted it in 2009. Didn't you win there?
2008.
2008.
Very good though,
Yeah,
Hannah.
sorry.
No, good knowledge.
1 year out, 1 year out. 2008. It was a fantastic circuit, fantastic
Yeah.
course, always good crowds, always good weather. Today being the exception.
Yeah, today being the exception, but we are back onto some drier roads here, which, you know, these changing conditions, again, for Dijkman, when it was the nasty wet conditions, you could pick the best possible line on the descents. Now it's a little bit, I'm going to say, it's not calmer in terms of the wind, but we do have drier conditions now. So perhaps slightly better for the riders in this group, because when it is so wet, you don't want to quite be on the wheel because you're getting so much spray from the wheel ahead of you. It's easy to sort of back off a little bit, which is, of course, no good because you're costing yourself more watts to stay in the group. But now we've got dry conditions, you're far more inclined to be right on that wheel and sheltering yourself.
And you can see where it's become exposed here. They're travelling into that cross headwind where it's quite blustery. Talbot at the back here in the red and white jersey of Cofidis, just trying to shelter and protect herself as much as possible. But you can just see there on the left-hand side as they'll make this left-hand turn through the trees, you could see Dijkman, 43 kilometres to go. We're just passing by the reservoirs, the Wayo and the Turton and Entwistle reservoirs, which supply 50% of Bolden's drinking water. Wayo Reservoir was completed in 1876, while the Turton and Entwistle one was built in 1832. At the time having the highest dam in Britain.
More uncategorised climbing here on these wider roads, really playing into the hands of the chase group, unfortunately. So for Dijkman, she needs those twisty roads, those technical sections, keeping out of sight. Not quite out of mind, but they will play into her hands. But this section is nasty, really open, really exposed, gradually uphill. And the chase group will just about have her in their sight now. She's looking over, seeing what that gap is. She knows how to judge her effort, of course. She's no stranger to long solo breakaways. We've seen her win in this fashion before. So she'll also be judging her effort. But you can see on this group, on this shot, the group's just hugging the left-hand side of the road here due to the wind.
Kopecky just leaves just about enough room for Lorena Wiebes to be protected and sheltered from that wind. There you can see the former Italian champion Elena Cecchini. There's Christine Majeras, who just goes through the picture. The composition of the group, we've got 4 riders in this chasing group from SD Works Pro Time. We've got 2 riders from Team DSM Firmenich in Francesca Koch and Pfeiffer Georgie. We've got 3 riders from Liverlula Jaco in Amber Pate, Ruby Rose Mangannon and Letizia Paternoster. 1 rider from Cofidis, that's Josie Talbot. 1 rider from Volker Vessels in Aline Janssen, and Anna Henderson, who of course is the national teammate of this rider here on our screen, Lizzie Dijkman. It's a fast part of the road here. You can just see from the gear selection here from Dijkman. Big ring right at the bottom of the block of that SRAM group set.
Yeah, still an exposed section of the course, but trying to get herself as aero as possible here, put the power down while she can. Still having a look, still seeing where their group is. And this is fascinating. How much is this chasing group just letting Dijkman dangle there, and how much of it is that they cannot quite close that gap?
They leave Darwin. They start to descend onto this fast, open, exposed section of road. The roads are dry and it looks visibly brighter on this side of the hill. Dijkman tries to get herself as aerodynamic as possible. This is the second chasing group. It's San Michel Mavic Aubert 93 in the yellow and orange jerseys, who are still being put to work They know it's in their best interest because they've got Victoire Gilman. And look, this is the conversation here at the front, which is interesting. Eleanor Backstead is saying to Saint-Michel Mavic Aubert 93, let's work together, let's roll through, and let's share the workload, which is a benefit to the French squad.
It's a benefit to the French squad, but also for Backstead and the other GB cycling teammates. They want to get up to support Dignan, but the catch has been made now, Hannah.
This is interesting because immediately, now that the catch has been made, Dignan has been reeled back in, and it's Christine Majerus, the multiple-time Luxembourgish road race and cyclocross champion, who has immediately counter-attacked, used the road to her advantage into that right-hand turn. She accelerates and she's made a gap. She's opened it up and she's added more pressure to that chasing group. So SD Works Pro Time, numbers at their disposal.
Yeah, numbers being really key in this group, and that's why it's so important for that chase group with Eleanor Backstead and to try and get back up, because they'll be there to support Dignan and Henderson. But now Henderson's going.
Henderson second overall in the general classification. Majerus is caught and Henderson immediately reacts, but she's tracked wheel for wheel by Lotte Kopecky, her closest challenger. They head into Edgerton, the original home of the Bolton Wanderers Football Club. This now opens the race up because Liverpool-Jaco with Amber Pate have decided they want a piece of the action. They want a slice of the cake, and now they counter-attack.
Yeah, 3 riders for Liv Alula-Jaco in this group. So they're the other team that have got the most significant number of riders here after SD Works Pro Time. So Amber Pate giving it a good go. She has got teammates Ruby Roseman Gannon and, of course, Letitia Paternoster, who is the best placed rider on GC for that squad in that group. So really interesting move by Liv Alula-Jaco, who were the team who lit it up on that first climb of the day with Tanel Campbell.
At the back, it's Letitia Paternoster, who just dances on the pedal. She was the rider who... She was mightily impressive on the rake earlier on. Pate comes into the day 23rd overall at 5 minutes and 2 seconds in the general classification. So in terms of being a threat to the overall, Lizzie Dignan and Anna Henderson, Lotte Kopecky, they won't be too concerned about Amber Pate as she speaks into the radio, but as it continues to climb here and it's exposed, Joe, incredibly difficult for any rider to try and get away.
Yeah, hard to get into a rhythm, constantly up and down. You can see the wind there in the trees, once again really exposed. The group all across one side of the road here, trying to get the right side of the wheel to shelter themselves from this head crosswind. But really brutal roads. Hard to get out of sight as well. We've got these slightly wider roads that are so exposed, but lots of twists and turns on this course coming up as we head in and out of crosswinds, tailwinds, headwinds before we start our descending towards the finish.
We're around 15 kilometres before reaching Horwich. 39 kilometres to go. Our intermediate sprint will come at 24.5 kilometres to go. Little bit of discussion between Ruby Roseman Gannon and the best young rider jersey in the white jersey there, Aline Janssen.
Yeah, that's really interesting because she's isolated with no teammates for Volker Vessel's women's pro cycling team in this group. She's, of course, riding a brilliant race and there's no pressure on her to animate things at this stage. Lots of big-name riders, lots of big World Tour teams in this group that are represented. Dignan just taking the opportunity to take some nutrition on board here. Amber Pate doing the work on the front there, keeping the pace high. We do have a chase group who is about a minute back. That was the last time gap we saw to that group. That's the group headed up by Saint-Michel Mavic Aubert 93, and crucially 3 of the teammates from the Great Britain cycling team. That's Eleanor Backstead, Millie Cousins and Flora Perkins we saw in that group.
Opportunity for riders to take on some fresh bottles, nutrition at the roadside. Cofidis with one of their soigneurs at the roadside, and a good opportunity for Cecchini to discard of any unwanted bottles, empty bottles, and a good point at this time in the race where you've got this lull to start to replenish the energy sources that you've lost so far through such a hectic, stressful stage?
Yeah, the race has been really on for so long. Ever since Deignan went and the gap got to that threatening point, SD Works have been working hard, and any rider in this group will have had to have been concentrating the full time. We've had the categorised climb of the rate, we've had so many uncategorised climbs, very little opportunity to take on board that nutrition and sort of relax into the wheels and make sure you're looking after yourself and hydrating as well. So this is one of those rare opportunities where the pace has come off. You see Deignan at the front just having a short conversation there with Anna Henderson. They'll be working out what they can do at this point in the race. We don't really have much significant climbing to come. Of course, no significant climbs. We do have quite a fast ascent before we approach Horwich. And the gradients for the last part of the stage, the last sort of 15 or so K, are very sort of gradually downhill in towards Leigh. So if you want an opportunity to attack, at the moment, these are the hard exposed roads up while we're still at this higher elevation.
The fatigue will really be setting in, though, after such demanding attritional roads. It's who wants to use the opportunity to attack here, because for several teams there in that leading group, they'll be quite happy with the situation, the fact that it's all back together, they can have a moment of respite just to reset and perhaps discuss with each other. Meanwhile, in the chasing group, they can't rest on their laurels here, they can't give up the chase.
Yeah, chasing group can't relax whatsoever, but this is a good opportunity for them to get back to this group because the pace has come off here. No counter-attacks at the moment. We did see a couple of counter-attacks when Lizzie was brought back, but at the moment, slightly calmer pace. We do a little bit of a descent here at the moment. So good opportunity for the chase group to still keep putting the work in, keep doing that through and off. As you can see, the encouragement there from San Michel Mavic Aubert 93, just pointing out to the riders behind her that there was a car at the side of the road there, just making sure she keeps the other riders in this group safe. And you can see an echelon forming here across the road.
For any fans who are watching for the very first time, watching cycling for the first time, and perhaps have never seen an echelon, Joe, what does that mean? Why would a rider start to have that formation?
Yeah, great question. So normally if you're going along a straight road into a headwind, you want to be directly behind the rider in front of you to get maximum shelter from that wind. If you've got wind coming from the side, say it's coming from your left-hand side, you want to sit slightly to the right-hand side of the wheel of the rider in front because the wind, you're going forwards, but the wind is coming from your left-hand side. So you do get a little bit of a shelter from that crosswind, and that can be really crucial. And if you have a number of riders fan out across the road, you're all getting shelter. If you form that echelon sort of halfway across the road or just a little bit into the road, there's less width of the road for multiple riders to continue to get that shelter from that crosswind. So it can be a tactic we see employed quite often in some of the flat exposed races that we get in Northern Europe, where teams will form an echelon and try to put everybody else in the gutter, as we say in cycling, get them suffering.
It's a real art, isn't it, to be able to form an echelon and to be able to ride in an echelon. And as you say, it's something we often see in Northern Europe, particularly in Belgium and in the Netherlands. And they do generally tend to be the best at those conditions too. As we start to see Majerus with 36 kilometers to go, approaching 1 hour and 50 minutes of racing. Just keep things all under control. Cecchini has managed to get some recovery. It was a hard chase for Cecchini, the former Italian champion, but she's going to be vital for Kopecky and Wiebes. Perhaps they're now all thinking that it's a good situation for SD Worx Pro Time. They've got the fastest sprinter in the world. They've got Kopecky, the leader, but Liverlula Jaco have other ideas. Pate decides, coming out of that left-hand turn there, that she wants to make a little acceleration and cock straight onto the wheel.
Yeah, Liverlula Jaco clearly want to race this aggressively, but the problem is SD Worx have got all bases covered here. They know if it comes down to a sprint, we know how fast their riders are, and they've got strength in depth in terms of number of teammates to chase things down. So at the moment, looking at that gap behind, it's not a big gap to chase a group number 2 now. They might all come back together.
And that will be great confidence and motivation for that chasing group, having had a quick glance that the leading group was up the road here, now being led by Eleanor Barker in this white jersey and the yellow helmet. Is this a interference ploy here from Barker, or will she be wanting to try and assist Henderson and Deignan up the road?
I think she'll want to get up the road. I think she'll want to be there for Henderson and Deignan. She'll have, extra teammates from the GB team in this group, but we also do have Eleanor Baxter, and I think I have seen Millie Cousins there as well, but still they're working in this group.
Just coming through there, that was Dixeline Miamont, the 24-year-old French rider from Saint-Michel Mavic-Aubert 93, and perhaps she felt as though that Barker wasn't fully committing there.
In an ideal world, Barker would want Saint-Michel Mavic-Aubert 93 to do all the work and bring her back nicely to her teammates in this next group and her not have to work at all and be fresh.
Ruby Roseman Gannon, the Australian road race champion in the green and gold, makes a move. She's closely followed by the Luxembourgish road race champion. And whilst Dignan was trying to take on some fluids, she's having to cover this move and no time to take the bottle out of her mouth because she knows this is a dangerous move. And you can see a few chasers in the background here. Talbot senses the danger, and now Saint-Michel Mavic-Aubert 93 are seeing the race go away from them.
Yeah, dangerous move indeed, and that is why it'd be crucial for Eleanor Barker to get back to this group, so the GB team have got an extra rider there available to cover those moves. So you can see Lizzie was forced to cover that, but now look at this move here. It's our bunch sprint winner Lorena Wiebes on the attack.
Yesterday, it was Lorena Wiebes who won the bunch sprint into Warrington. It was bookmarked as a sprinter stage. She was victorious, and today she's the rider who is wanting to try and go on the attack here, and she's giving Lizzie Dignan a hard time. More than 40 kilometres in the breakaway, and now we see that style of Dignan where she's really starting to suffer. Pfeiffer Georgie is looking calm and composed. This is in the second half of the group. So the leading group is made up of Lorena Wiebes, Lizzie Dignan, Josie Talbot is there, the former Oceania road race champion in the red and white jersey. Two national champions are there in Ruby Roseman Gannon and Christine Majerus. 5 riders, but now that Wiebes has bridged across, are they going to work?
Well, the thing is, if you're taking Wiebes to the line, you're not likely to win the bike race. Of course, there's still opportunity to attack her later in the race. She's isolated in terms of not having any SD Works teammates with her, which is a rare situation in bike racing in general. We know how strong the team are. Road kicking up again here. Lots of nasty little uncategorised climbs. Shame here for Pfeiffer Georgie missing out on this move. Henderson's still in this group as well. Of course, it's her teammate Dignan in that front group, and we're back now with the second group on the race. So these are chasers still trying to make contact with the group ahead of them.
You can see how difficult it is for these chasers here behind. Sarah Roy in the group as Millie Cousins just reaches for some more nutrition, some more sustenance. Right at the back here is Valerie Demey, who made that late attack in yesterday's stage. Back up front with our leaders. Henderson out of the saddle. She'll know that Wiebes is there, and when it comes to the finish, she'll know that Dignan isn't the rider that will be able to challenge Wiebes in a straight-out sprint.
She won't, yeah. We know that Wiebes is the fastest in the world in the women's pro peloton at the moment. We saw that yesterday with that sprint. Of course, she had a fantastic lead out by SD Works. She had the best team out there on the road all stage and in that final lead out. We can see that front group looking around their shoulders there. This is a fascinating situation. So the chase group is about to catch that breakaway of 5 riders with our second chase group on the road, almost making junction with the first chase group, but they are just getting edged out slightly as the road goes up again. Christine Majerus is out. The saddlers looking at who is going to make the next move, and I'm curiously watching Lotte Kopecky here looking poised and ready.
The chasers are about to catch the leading group. The wind blows and you can see the trees at the roadside, how it's howling. The group swells and Barker puts in a big acceleration. She joins that leading group. And immediately, here goes the move of the blue jersey, the Queen of the Mountains leader, Dignan. It's immediately tracked by Majerus. Ruby Roseman Gannon closely follows. Roseman Gannon is no slouch in a sprint herself.
She's not, no. So if she can get away from the likes of Vibes and Kopecky, who we know are super fast, Paternoster as well is probably the key rider in this group for Liv Alula-Jacob if it came to a group sprint. But if Ruby Roseman Gannon can get away in an even smaller group, that could be a really promising situation for Liv Alula-Jacob. I'm really impressed by Dignan here, able to be in this move again. So the GB team really taking the race to all the World Tour teams in today's final stage.
We just go through this low signal area, all of the race coverage here, allowing us to bring you live coverage through 4G technology. We've been treated to a stage that has been animated. It's only a short stage, 99 kilometers, but it's been an attritional, arduous stage at that. All back together. You can really start to feel as two riders from Saint-Michel, Mavic Aubert 93 have made the junction as well. And now Team DSM Firmenich, when they see that that gap is as small as it is, they know they're going to be crucial for Pfeiffer Georgie. Flora Perkins is there, as is Millie Cousins and Eleanor Backstead for the GB national team. Number 33 there, that's Marit Reimakers, who's also coming across for Human Powered Health.
Yeah, Human Powered Health, the key team that had missed out on that move today. So really good to see Marit Reimakers in that group, about to make junction now. Of course, the GB team going to be swelled in this group by 3 more members about to make the junction here. Leigh Dignan still on the front. She's had a brutal day out today and she's still racing hard.
Human Powered Health have lost one of their big climbers in today's stage. Krista Dobell-Hickok, who we saw earlier on the attack, has had to abandon the stage. Marit Reimakers, she doesn't have any assistance in teammates in that front group now. The rain continues to fall. It's a grey, miserable day in Manchester, but the riders will be heading towards Winter Hill. That dominates the skyline in the north of Greater Manchester. It sits just above the route of where we are when we leave Belmont. That's when we head to Horwich. Home to Winter Hill TV mast. Transmits to the northwest of England as we take a look at images of earlier on today when we got underway from the National Cycling Centre with the home to the Manchester Velodrome and the Indoor BMX Centre. We'll pass by the Etihad Stadium, home of Manchester City Football Club. Not an easy day. Here is Krista Dobell-Hickok, who was going back to the team car during that long neutralised section, just to get rid of her clothing. And it was Majerus who set off a little trend to Rod Ellingworth and Steve Jockin in the race director's car here, Joe.
Yeah, why not knock on the window of the race director and say, hey, you need to take some clothing off us? And a lot of riders followed suit there.
They went through kilometre 0. It was Dignan who was never too far away from the front, along with Kopecky and Wiebes. The first attack came from Jessica Finney, the 28-year-old rider from Dolcini O'Shea. She was the rider who animated that, but she was closely followed immediately, and Henderson was never too far away too. Torelli tried their hand as a UCI Continental team and one of the 6 invited teams to this race. Krista Dobell-Hickok, one of the best climbers in the world, she tried to attack on one of the uncategorized climbs. There was some fast roads, it was constantly up and down, very little flat road at all across the 99 kilometers. She has a very distinctive style, Krista Dobell-Hickok, low cadence, high gear. And it was Tennille Campbell who was doing the work on this climb on Grange Bar. And this was where Heidi Franz, who was one of the challengers to Lizzie Dignan in the Queen of the Mountains competition.
Yeah, nasty moment there for Heidi Franz, having some real bad luck this week. So it would have been really interesting to see her try and challenge Dignan on the points on this early climb, with 10 points available for the winner and points available for the top 10. But it was Tennille Campbell of Liv Alula-Jacob who was doing some serious damage behind.
Immediately as they left Elf and onto the base of Grange Bar, The damage was done, Joe. There was plenty of riders who were really suffering their way up this climb.
There really wasn't. The group really, really thinned down, and the road gets more exposed as well. And Tanel Campbell, the tallest rider in the peloton, is the one that's doing all the damage here. Lizzie Deignan is in third wheel here, poised and ready because she wants to go for those Queen of the Mountain points. Her teammate Anna Henderson on the front is leading her out there, and this is the move that Deignan makes. Not a real attack for the race win, I didn't think. Really thinking about the Queen of the Mountains points here, but there is a lull in pace from behind. She looks behind and sees nobody's responded to her.
Deignan crested the top of Grains Bar, the Category 1 Queen of the Mountain. She took the 10 points to her blue jersey, and that's when she attacked with 82.9 kilometres to go. She opened up an advantage, and at one point she had over a minute and 4 seconds.
She did, so we saw the GB cycling team car get pulled up to her. There was a move from Charlotte Kool, so better known for being a sprinter, but Team DSM Firmenich Post NL keen to race this stage aggressively, and she was one that tried to go across to Deignan here.
This was over the top of the moors on one of our uncategorised climbs. It was Charlotte Kool who really wanted to animate and also to have that sliding room to be able to help fight for Georgie. As Deignan came to the Ramsbottom rake, the final Queen of the Mountain of the 2024 Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. She came with a good advantage, but this climb itself, it's only 1.1 kilometre long, but with an average gradient of 10.1%. It's a cruel, steep climb. It exploded the chasing group behind.
Yeah, the group behind was decimated. So some incredibly strong riding from Team DSM Firmenich Post NL, from Letizia Paternoster as well, from Liv Jaco. Of course, SD Works were up there, but we ended up with a really, really select group that were able to come over this climb together. And the gap did come down to Deignan, but she was clearly first over the line here, with the next riders only just in sight in the back of that shot.
Yeah, the gap was coming down to around 15 seconds at this point. Another 10 points into the pocket of Deignan as Henderson led the group of 4 riders here across. She took the 9, Paternoster with the 8, Kopecky with the 7, and Pfeiffer Georgie with the 6. It meant that Deignan now has 45 points in the Queen of the Mountains competition, so an unassailable lead as we get to bottom O'More. We've passed by Winter Hill, as I was saying before. That's right up on the top of the moors, is that television mast that you can see, and it can be seen for miles and miles on a clear day. You can even see it from the Isle of Man on a good day. 28 kilometres remain. We're heading for Horwich, which is our intermediate sprint, the one and only of the day. For anyone just joining at this late point, Joe, explain how that red jersey and the intermediate sprints work.
Yeah, so the sprint is coming at 24.5 kilometres to go today. There are points available on the line, so 4, 2 and 1 points for the first 3 riders over the line. There's also sprint points available at the finish of each stage, so 12 points to the winner, 8, 6, 4 and 2. So those points are added up, and the rider with the most points amassed throughout the race wears the red jersey for the overall points sprint classification leader. That is actually Lotte Kopecky who leads that classification, but because she is in the green jersey as the overall general classification leader, that jersey takes precedent. So it is her teammate and second in the classification, Lorena Wiebes, who is wearing that red points jersey currently.
You can see the red jersey right on the wheel of her teammate Kopecky in the green. Millie Cousins leads in that white jersey for the Great Britain national team. She's got Eleanor Barker on the wheel. There's Flora Perkins, who finished 5th yesterday on the stage. A brilliant result for the 20-year-old British rider. She's a fast rider and perhaps will be looking to try and sprint to take away the bonus seconds here for Henderson.
Yep, so not just points, but also bonus seconds. 3 seconds, the maximum available in this sprint. They're just going through 1 kilometre to go there, and we can see a number of teams really trying to get themselves organised, Hannah.
1 kilometre to go until the intermediate sprint at Horwich. This could play and could be pivotal, as now the Australian road race champion Ruby Roseman Gannon is trying to challenge, because she wants to try and take Paternoster to the line to deliver some bonus seconds to her. Kopecky is in full flight, and she's looking behind. Where is Wiebes? She delivers Wiebes. Roby Roseman Gannon takes over at the front. She's looking around, but Wiebes doesn't immediately take over here. Paternoster on the wheel. There is Majeras, and she's looking to try and take these bonus seconds. This is good teamwork here for SD Works Pro Time, but here comes Letizia Paternoster, who's trying to challenge, as does Janssen. Close on the line there, Joe. That's hard to call.
Very tight on the line. So once again, Paternoster leaving it late. We know she's got that really strong late surge. We know she's really fast, and I'm not quite sure who it was on the line there between Paternoster and Christine Majeras. So we'll wait for confirmation of that as soon as we get it. Of course, both riders right up there on the GC. Paternoster currently in 3rd place overall. So those bonus seconds really crucial, especially for the likes of Pfeiffer Georgie not challenging there.
Riders having to navigate a little bit of road furniture there. Some having to take the long way round, and Pfeiffer Georgie not getting herself involved. Team DSM Firmenich not getting themselves involved, which those 3 seconds wouldn't have put Pfeiffer Georgie onto the podium, but they'll certainly edge her closer to Paternoster.
Yeah, bonus seconds available at the finish of the stage as well. So the race can come down to time bonuses. We know that Kopecky is the leader, but if we look back at that 3rd and 4th place, very close currently, just 4 seconds separating Paternoster and Georgie before that sprint. We'll wait for confirmation of Paternoster's position in that sprint and see what time bonus she was able to collect.
Let's have a little look at the replay here. This was the moment that Majeras went, Joe.
It was. So brilliant lead out there by Wiebes and Kopecky before that. So Majeras accelerates. Pretty clear run here at the moment, but Paternoster just comes alongside her. The gap isn't huge to the barriers, and he just has this late surge. I'm not quite sure who was first on the line, though. We'll have to see what the judges call that, and we'll bring you confirmation as soon as we get it.
The commissaires will be looking very, very closely at that, and for Majeras, she's got so much experience under her belt, Joe. Perhaps that confidence, feeling comfortable that no one could come through the inside, could cost her a second. Let's wait for confirmation. We'll keep a close eye on it, and we'll bring you any information and news as soon as we get that, because the bonus seconds are going to be crucial.
They really are. I'm just looking at the terrain now running into the finish. We've still got various twists and turns on this course. The wind will vary from a crosswind to a headwind to a tailwind in places. But then we've got one little kick up in the road. No categorized climbs at all, but pretty much a fast run into the finish now.
The riders start to climb out of Horwich. Famous as a railway town, the Horwich Works producing steam and diesel locomotives for 3 years shy of 100 years, 97 years until 1983. The Horwich Cycling Club was actually founded in 1934 too, and they organise the Horwich Carnival races every June. I know, Joe, you've been there. Lizzie Dignan has raced at the Horwich Carnival races. It's a multi-sport event for beginners, enthusiasts and elites. I know we had the National Crit Championships there on a couple of occasions too.
Certainly have. So Dignan winning that title in 2007. So yeah, a while ago now. Just shows how long she's been right at the top of this sport.
And so impressive to be right at the top of the sport year after year after year, still delivering results. Her last victory came in Paris-Roubaix Femme avec Zwift back in 2021 in that inaugural edition, but she's been had some good results, but she's been more of into that super domestique role for her trade team of Little Trek.
Yeah, so has had 2 children now, so come back from maternity leave twice in her career. And I think what's interesting when a rider has such a long career and they're at the top for so long, it's not about the bike races that they're able to win. It's about all the winters of training they're able to get themselves through, that consistency, all that, going through that process again and again, year after year. That is what is hard to do when the sport doesn't become quite as fun as it is when you're in your early years.
There we have confirmation of our intermediate sprint at Horwich. It's Christine Majeras who takes the 4 points and the 3 bonus seconds, ahead of Letizia Paternoster, who takes the 2 points and 2 bonus seconds, with Wiebes taking the 1 point and 1 bonus second. Meanwhile, more action at the head of this group. Dignan starts to make a move with 22 kilometres to go, and it's immediately tracked down by Christine Majeras. Pate closes with Paternoster on the wheel. knowing that there's some fast sprinters in this group here, Joe, and thinking of the stage finish in Leigh, as now Anna Henderson tries, this rider who's second overall in the overall general classification for the Great Britain national team. She goes on the right-hand side of the road. They've got to try something, knowing that there's some fast riders in this group who, when you put them head-to-head, they know they're not going to be able to beat Lorena Wiebes or Paternoster.
Exactly that, and that was really nice tactics from the GB team there. We saw Lizzie Dignan take what remains of this peloton over to one side of the road and Henderson attack on the opposite side of the road. So it sort of means you're slightly out of sight of some of the riders, but also if anybody wants to try and get on your wheel, they've got to go across the full width of the road as well. So using the width of the road to their advantage here, and you're exactly right, they've got to take the race to these other riders. If it comes to a sprint, we know that Wiebes is the quickest in the world. We're back with the rain now. We'll just try and see how much of a gap Henderson's got. It's not huge. It's looking like SD Works are on the front at the moment, and Wiebes herself doing the work here in that red jersey.
It's a handful of seconds for Anna Henderson with sideways rain, a little bit of headwind for the British rider. But she knows she can try something here. She knows that she's got good form. She must take a lot of confidence from the results that she's had in the first two stages particularly, and from our helicopter shot here, Joe. This tells us everything we need to know. That's how bad the rain is.
It is awful conditions once again, as we've ridden in and out of these bad conditions. As Henderson is caught, Team DSM Firmenich Post NL are the team on the front at the moment, as we can see these awful conditions once again as we go onto a narrow road and attack goes in.
Don't forget as well that you can scan that QR code on your screen right now to win some fantastic prizes with our Spin to Win competition. Great prizes available. That's when you become a member, become a British Cycling supporter member right now. So if you scan that, you have a chance of winning prizes like a VIP experience at the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Men, which is in September. So make sure you get that in your diary, regardless of whether you win or not. Sign up for free. You can spin the wheel to reveal what you've won. But if you don't have the ability to scan the QR code on the screen, you can head to www.britishcycling.org.uk/spin-to-win. Head over there, and of course you can join British Cycling from as little as £5 per month, so you can visit the website there, membership.britishcycling.org.uk. Henderson's caught, and it's the British champion who didn't get herself involved in that intermediate sprint in Horwich. As we start to see on this part of the course here, more riders start to be distanced. Backstead's distanced, also Meermont is distanced. It's Pfeiffer Georgie who is now putting the hurt on everybody.
Georgie indeed taking advantage of another one of these small uncategorised, very short kick-ups in the road here. She's taken Henderson with her Kopecky, and not good news for her. Letizia Paternoster is the rider on the back here for Liv Lulajeka. So this is the top four riders on GC. Pfeiffer Georgie needs to get away from all of them to try and win the stage, but from Paternoster to get a place on that podium. Paternoster was wise to the move and able to come across. And you can see they're all just having a little look over their shoulders here, seeing what damage has been done behind.
Dixeline Meermont is distanced, as is Eleanor Backstead. One rider from Team DSM Firmenich. I have a feeling that's Francisca Koch who has been distanced. She's going to be vital for Georgie. She's done so much work over the last few days to protect her British champion.
She really has, and the whole Team DSM Firmenich personnel racing this stage really aggressively, even with Charlotte Kuhl being one of their first attackers over one of the uncategorised climbs earlier today. So clearly they really have this agenda. They want to try and win this bike race. They want to try and either get Pfeiffer on the podium or take the stage win. We've now got 4 riders coming clear. Of course, we know the power in the sprint of both Kopecky and Paternoster in this group, so there's still work to do from both the British riders on different teams, of course, if they want to try and take the stage win.
This is interesting. Our 4 leaders, Letizia Paternoster, who sits 3rd overall in the general classification. We've got Pfeiffer Georgie, who's 4th, Anna Henderson, who's 2nd, and there is our green leaders jersey, the Lloyds Bank leader in Lotte Kopecky. Our top 4 have gone clear, and behind, they must be quite happy with that because their teammates aren't too worried about the situation on the road.
Yeah, we've got 4 big teams represented here. The 3 World Tour teams, ST Works, Pro Time, Liverpool Jayco and Team DSM Feminine Personnel, plus the national team of Great Britain, all with a rider in this group. Also the top 4 on GC. So the question is here, how much are they going to work well together? How much is somebody going to try and maybe skip a sneaky turn now and again? You can see at the moment, there's no real need for them to push on because it's not going to change any of their general classification positions. They are the top 4 on GC as things stand. Of course, all of them will be wanting the stage win. Becky just having a little conversation there with Pfeiffer Georgie. Just trying to get the radio in her ear as well. Might hear from Danny Stam, the DS.
You just saw the body language there where she almost shrugged her shoulders. Yeah, should we work? I'm quite happy with this. Should we all work together? Should we get some cohesion rolling through?
That's the question. No one is really set to gain from that 4 being away. It's not like a key rider has missed out on that group and the other riders want to work well together to get onto the podium, because the top 3 overall plus 4th place overall are in that group. These are now the chasing group. We're seeing 18 seconds, so a big gap has come out quite quickly, despite the fact that front group not really working that hard together. But there's no one in this group that will be willing to chase, because of course it's all of their teammates.
The only team that have clearly and visibly missed this move is Volker Wessel's Pro Cycling. They've got Leigh Jansen, who's 5th overall in the classification, but all of the other riders that essentially make up the chasing group behind, well, they've got teammates up the road. So as you say, Joe, they're not going to want to chase this down. There's a couple of riders here who it seems as though they're not fully committed to this 4.
Yeah, if I were Pfeiffer Georgie in this situation, you know, she's not gaining a place on GC by being in this group. She needs to just try and not do too much work here and see if she can sneak an extra attack in and try and break free from the other 3 riders here. It's going to be very tricky because when you've got a breakaway of 4 riders, there's not a lot of hiding in that sort of breakaway. It's it's really clear to see who is doing a turn and who isn't. But the pace has come right off in this group behind now.
Riders amass themselves all across the road, almost forming a block. Christy Majaris is there, Olivia Jayco is there, likewise with the Great Britain national team. They're happy with the situation. Celia Noel in that yellow and orange jersey of San Michel Mavic-Aubert 93 is just off the back, and Janssen finds a way through finally. The best young rider jersey in the white is seeing the general classification go away from her. The 22-year-old, she couldn't find a way through before, Joe. The little opening, she attacked, but immediately Majerus onto the wheel.
Yeah, so teammate of Kopecky straight onto the wheel there of Aline Janssen of Volker Wessels. So she's going to try and close this gap herself. It's going to be a tall ask, but as we said, this group not working especially well together. Nothing really to be gained from these 4 to be working really hard together. A lot to be lost for Janssen, who's in that second group on the road. So that's why she's on the front, trying to sort of limit her losses, essentially. She will still be 5th place on GC, though. She's not had anybody sort of who's 6th or 7th on GC go across in this group, but she doesn't want to just let it ride away. Got a little bit of a change in this chase group now as we go back to this helicopter shot. You can see they're all strung out, so various riders being active here, trying to do something, trying to change the situation out on the road.
If you're just joining us, this is the 4th and final stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. We've got 17 kilometres to go. We've had an excellent stage across Manchester. We've headed out east. We've taken on 2 Queen of the Mountains. That was the first Queen of the Mountain was where Lizzie Dignan decided she wanted to try and take the points. Consequently, she had a lead. She attacked with 82.9 kilometres to go, and she had an advantage, which put her as the virtual leader in the general classification out on the road. That put a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Team SD Works Pro Time. They worked and rallied round to bring Dignan back. Such was her threat to the overall of Lotte Kopecky. Dignan came back together just shortly after the rake, which the climb itself did so much damage to the chasing group behind. It all has come back together. There's been lots of attacks since then, and this is our leading 4 riders out on the road. Letizia Paternoster, Lotte Kopecky, Anna Henderson and Pfeiffer Georgie. To put them in the order of the general classification, it's Lotte Kopecky who leads, 17 seconds ahead of Anna Henderson. In third is Paternoster at 32 seconds, and Georgie is fourth at 38 seconds. Aline Janssen, the best young rider and fifth in the classification, has missed this move. She's attempted to bridge across, but it's been immediately shut down. We've got a brilliant stage on our hands. We're heading for Leigh, hosting a stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women for the very first time. Welcome along. Strap yourselves in. The weather and the rain has been torrid, and it continues to get worse. My name's Hannah Walker. Alongside me is Joe Rousell. Now we're starting to see, Joe, riders in this leading group here. They're being clever, they're being smart. They don't want to fully commit if other riders aren't committing.
Yeah, the question is here, what is to be gained from working hard in this group if you're not the fastest sprinter? We saw from stage one when it was a small groups finish, Kopecky just beating Paternoster in the sprint. So for the two of them, they'll be thinking, you know, I think I could get this, not by no means a foregone conclusion. For Pfeiffer, Georgie and Anna Henderson, whilst they do have fast finishes, they're not going to really realistically be able to challenge Kopecky or Paternoster in a sprint. So they need to be thinking, what is really to be gained here by me working hard in this group? There's nobody who's ahead of them on GC who's further back that they're gaining on. So how hard do you work, and how much do you sort of just tap through and then thinking about making an attack towards the end?
We enter into Wigan and Hayward Park.
Can we get up the front?
Wigan, of course, strong links to rugby in its Wigan Athletic Football Club. Home of Chris Lawless, a former professional rider with the Ineos Grenadiers and Total Energy. Steeped in cycling talent in this area. Adam and Simon Yates come from Bury, not too far away. Christopher Latham from Bolton. Andy Jones a little over the way. Olympic Omnium champion Matthew Walls also from this area too. "40 seconds is the leading group's advantage over the chasers behind. The two riders that seem very, very happy with this situation, Anna Henderson and Letizia Paternoster. We're seeing how close Paternoster came to a stage victory on Thursday into Llandudno. It was a photo finish, and she's looking around. You start to see this communication here. Paternoster just looking around, wanting to try and get some cohesion here.
Yeah, Paternoster's the rider I'm really interested in here. She's the rider that has not taken a win this season. She's been close a number of times, a number of podiums, of course, second on the first stage of this Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women by the narrowest of margins to Lotte Kopecky. And I think she's looked good throughout the stage today. She looked really impressive on the rake. She's clearly got good legs. She wants to try and win this stage.
You can just hear the screech of the disc brakes, and taking a look here, Lorena Wiebes has attacked the chasing group behind. By the looks of things, it looks as though, yes, just in the spray off the motorbikes and the bikes behind, Wiebes has escaped that chasing group. This is interesting because she's got a teammate Kopecky up the road.
This is a fascinating situation. So Wiebes trying to go across to this front group on the road, which has Kopecky, her teammate in this group, and the overall race leader. That has caused a response from behind. You can see the group behind is strung out as they're trying to chase down Wiebes. So that could be not good news for our four leaders.
Wiebes now proving she's more than just a sprinter. Paternoster gets the news through the race radio, and Paternoster attacks the leading group. Kopecky goes after Letizia Paternoster, and Henderson responds along with the British champion Georgie.
This could be the key move. So Paternoster, like you say, clearly heard the news that Wiebes is coming across, and she has tried to go solo. Green jersey Kopecky forced to chase here. We have got a brutal race at the finale of this stage, Hannah.
As if we haven't seen enough excitement across today's stage. It continues to give, and as we head towards Leigh, Paternoster is brought back to heel by Lotte Kopecky. The world champion in that green jersey with number 1 on her back brings it back together. She swings to the left-hand side of the road. She sizes up the opposition.
Now I'm looking.
Now it's Pfeiffer Georgie who goes. Kopecky responds. The British champion. She looks at these riders around and she knows potentially it's going to be demanding, it's going to be hard to win a sprint against those three.
Certainly, and that was the perfect time to make the counter-attack. We are inside the final 15 kilometres of racing now, and with Paternoster attacking, forcing Kopecky to chase her down. Perfect timing by Pfeiffer Georgie to make that counter. And again, hopefully having a few tired legs up there, forcing her to chase. But now Henderson is making a move.
The rider in the white jersey with the black and yellow helmet comes to the front. She's the nearest challenger to the Lloyds Bank green jersey on the shoulders of Kopecky, the world champion. She's at 17 seconds. 14 kilometres remain. We've passed through Haywoodland Park. They start to look at each other, and this could only play into the hands now of Lorena Wiebes. Once they start to look around, watch each other in that leading group of four.
Exactly that, Hannah. So when that front group is not working well together, which now the attacks have started, why would you work with each other? You know that these people are going to try and attack you. So that's playing into the hands of Lorena Wiebes, who can still ride at a consistent pace here, try and time trial her way across to that front group. This is the group behind. This is the chasers, or what remains of the peloton. At the moment, not doing a lot of chasing. Just trying to see who's getting themselves towards the front at the moment. Does anybody want to take on that chase, or are they happy with all their teammates up the road?
Now we see Liverlula Jaco at the head of the chase group, the peloton, at 22 seconds. Our chaser is Lorena Wiebes. She's at 16 seconds behind this quartet. Liverlula Jaco, no, this is a real threat, because if Lorena Wiebes gets across to this group, Joe Rousel, this completely changes the whole dynamic of this quartet.
It certainly does. So we know Wiebes is head and shoulders the best sprinter in the Women's World Tour peloton at the moment. If you put her in that group of four, make that a group of five, she's going to win the sprint. Plus, she has her teammate Lotte Kopecky. So really race over for everybody that isn't an SD Works rider if that happens. So the onus is on the shoulders of Leticia Paternoster, Pfeiffer Georgie and Anna Henderson to stop that from happening.
A short stage. It's been attritional. That's the fatigue in the legs after 3 hard stages already at this Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. It's not beyond the realms of possibility when we think it could be a sprint as the quartet goes through 10 kilometres remaining on this 4th and final stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that Pfeiffer Georgie can upset all of the sprinters. We've seen that in De Panne in the past, a race that's traditionally won for the sprinters in Belgium, and that looks as though it's coming back together.
That looked to me like Lorena Wiebes in that red jersey had made the junction with the leading quartet. Now this can change everything. We now have 2 SD Works riders up there. What is the gap to this? What remains of the peloton there? We come through a technical section of here inside that final 10K, Hannah, and brutal conditions still.
Brutal conditions. You can see just how much rain has fallen as we head into our final 9 kilometres of the stage. We're heading for Leigh, and Wiebes is at the front of this group, and it's all back together. A complete change at the head of the race in this 4th stage. I was going to say, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Georgie or someone else can upset a group where you think it's going to be a sprint. She did that in the past in De Panne, and she won that one-day World Tour race.
Yeah, it's picking that right moment to attack and not just attacking again and again and hoping that the elastic will break at some point. You need to pick your moment, counter somebody else's attack, take your other riders, your rivals by surprise. Just as we're saying that, Hannah, Pfeiffer Georgie has taken the opportunity to go again, and it is Lotte Kopecky who is forced to chase her.
Pfeiffer Georgie is the road captain of Team DSM Firmenich, and she's becoming one of the protected leaders within that squad. British champion takes a look over her right-hand shoulder. She's a smart rider. She's tactically very astute. She's got a small matter of a problem of all of the riders knowing the strength of Pfeiffer Georgie, the British champion. They immediately close the gap. There's some tired legs in this group here.
There are some very tired legs, so a lot of riders not really able to contribute to any of the attacks. They're just trying to hang on to the wheels. And you mentioned Pfeiffer Georgie and how tactically astute she is. She is in that national champions kit, and when you are in those stripes of a national champion, whatever nation you're from, that is saying, I am a rider that can win bike races at the highest level, and always means there's a target on your back. But it's her teammate now who has gone on the attack. This team racing very aggressively today.
Team DSM Firmenich personnel had set their stall early on. They'd said that they wanted to race aggressively today. They wanted to try and animate the stage. It's Franziska Koch who goes clear with Flora Perkins and Elena Cecchini. Flora Perkins just flicks the right elbow. Ruby Roseman Gannon, the Australian champion in the green and gold, tries to bridge across. Flora Perkins, the question here is, will she work? You see that Franziska Koch swings to the left and Flora Perkins shakes the head.
Yeah, shaking the head there, not keen to come through. We know she's the best sprinter, I'd say, out of the GB cycling team. She's been up there in the bunch sprint, just 20 years old. So if she does come to a sprint from a small group, she would be a real threat, but not working with those other two riders there. And we have got a brutal race situation in the final few kilometres of this race now. Team DSM Firmenich personnel racing so aggressively throughout the stage. Ruby Roseman Gannon, the Australian national champion, just coming across to this group now, making it a quartet. But who else is going to work with Team DSM Firmenich?
I want to pose the tactic to you, Joe, and if you think it might work, because Letizia Paternoster currently is third in the general classification. She'll have to gain time over Anna Henderson to be able to leapfrog her to take second. Currently, all of the bonus seconds at the finish line will be taken should this group stay away. Ruby Roseman Gannon is a fast finisher. Will Liv Lula-Jaco be very happy with this situation?
I think they will. They would love to win this stage today. As things stand, Paternoster has got her place on the podium. She did pick up a couple of bonus seconds in that intermediate sprint as well, so just made sure she's just ahead of Pfeiffer Georgie. But if they could take the stage win at the finish today, that would be huge news. It's been SD Works who have taken all the stages so far, 2 to Kopecky, narrowly beating Paternoster on the first stage, of course, plus Lorena Wiebes yesterday. So that would really upset things if a different team could take a victory here in the UK.
Behind, there's no real chase. Liv Lula-Jaco, who have strength in numbers in that group, of course, they're not going to work because they've got a teammate up the road. What does the Great Britain national team do here? Because yesterday, Flora Perkins in this fluorescent gilet, she finished 5th on the stage. It was a very strong performance from the 20-year-old rider. What do they do in terms of that general classification?
I think at the moment the general classification is going to be very hard to bring back. Now, just seeing another attack going in from this group here, but not being given any daylight whatsoever. For Anna Henderson to close 17 seconds on Kopecky, that's going to be near impossible now. I think the chance of a stage win is going to be the priority for the GB cycling team. And if Flora Perkins can stay away in this group, we know she's a super fast sprinter.
Lotte Kopecky is tracking Anna Henderson in that chasing group behind. She won't want to let Henderson leave her sights.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky for Henderson to do anything now. We've been over all the toughest terrain of this course. Just seen the 5 kilometre to go sign there. We've just gone past on the side of the road. So it's going to be very difficult for Henderson to get away from the Kopecky on this fast run into the finish. We know if it comes to a sprint, there are a few bonus seconds on the line, but not enough for Henderson to take the green over Kopecky.
5 kilometres remain of the 4th stage and final stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. The gap at 8 seconds and it's tumbling rapidly. Franziska Koch is trying to get a little bit more cohesion into this chasing group as Elena Cecchini in the purple jersey just comes through.
Cecchini really just policing this group at this stage, Joe, just tapping through, not really doing much work here. Franziska Koch, the rider who's really keen for riders to work together and stay away from the group behind. Christine Majerus on the front for SD Works Pro Time, the teammate of Cecchini on the front of the group behind at the moment. Not really chasing, but it's the most slender of leads, this.
Josie Talbot of Cofidis, the former Oceania Road Race champion, has managed to bridge across. The rider from Sydney in New South Wales is here on the front, and she's one of 2 riders represented. She's also got her teammate Sarah Roy the other Australian in this group. Two fast riders for Cofidis. But Josie Talbot looking for her first victory of the 2024 season. The problem she has here, Joe, is no one's really willing to work.
No one's willing to work. You see, we've gone through the final 4K now. It is a very, very fast, straight run in towards the finish with a roundabout just in the final few hundred metres. So ever so slightly technical finish. But as we see these groups just about come back together now, still awful conditions these riders are racing in.
Some will be thriving in these terrible conditions, and there's a problem. It's Letizia Paternoster who's got a rear wheel puncture at the worst possible moment as the race is on at the front. At the moment, Paternoster is needing a bike change, and she's needing a bike change fast.
And it's her teammate on the front at the moment, so we'll wait for communication to the Liv Valula Jacob squad, and it has come there to back off. This is the moment Paternoster has the issue.
You can see she's on the radio. She's trying to take on this right-hand turn, and it's incredibly difficult, particularly when you've got a rear wheel puncture, Joe, and in the wet conditions. This is bad news, and this adds another dynamic to this race because Letizia Paternoster came into the day third overall at 32 seconds, just behind 6 seconds in arrears. With a deficit of 6 seconds is Pfeiffer Georgie of the Team DSM Firmenich Post NL, and she'll hear that news.
Yep, she certainly will, and it is her teammate for Team DSM Firmenich Post NL, Franziska Koch, who is the rider on the front at the moment. They've gone through the final 3K now. This is a very, very reduced peloton racing towards the finish, but massive drama there for Paternoster.
We haven't yet passed that 3 kilometre to go marker. We've gone through 3 kilometres to go. Franziska Koch on the front. The far right, it's Abby Smith. Nearmont at the back along with Gielman. Number 45, that's Josie Talbot. Just alongside her is Sarah Roy.
This main road now goes all the way down into Leigh. We'll then make a left-hand turn at a roundabout as we go off towards the finish inside that final kilometre. But
Been through 3 kilometres to go, so that 3 kilometre rule will apply for Letizia Paternoster, but it depends on bonus seconds. Keep a close eye on that as they go through 2 kilometres remaining. Franziska Koch is still on the front for Team DSM Firmenich. We'll have to try and get confirmation of precisely where she had that puncture, Joe, as to whether she'd punctured just before that 3 kilometre to go marker. Meanwhile, at the front, it's Koch. There is Elena Cecchini, and just looking over her right-hand shoulder is Lotte Kopecky. Gritted teeth for Eleanor Backstead. She's got Lizzie Deignan on the wheel. There is Henderson.
Full gas here. Now 2 riders from Team DSM Firmenich Post NL coming towards the front. Pfeiffer Georgie is the rider in the National Champions kit. Rider number 14 just getting herself in position there behind her teammate Abby Smith. All to play for now for Pfeiffer Georgie.
All to play for Pfeiffer Georgie. It happened just outside 3 kilometres to go, Joe. The 3 kilometre to go rule will not apply to Letizia Paternoster in giving her the same time as the group that she was in, and that was this group as they go through 1 kilometre to go. Under the Flamme Rouge, and it's Elena Cecchini who's on the front. There's Kopecky. Wiebes is poised and ready. Henderson is there with an acceleration in the white.
Henderson for the GB cycling team trying to bring her teammates up towards the front. She is second place on GC. She wants to protect her position, but they also do have Flora Perkins part of their squad, who we know has been just about challenging in some of these bunch sprints in the World Tour peloton, but it's now the green jersey of Kopecky inside the final 500 metres leading out.
500 metres remain. It's Kopecky who's going to take on this final turn, which will take the riders into the finish line. Kopecky leads through this left-hand turn, and she goes through. She's got a little advantage. Just by pure nature of the run into the finish. 200 metres to go. She takes a little look behind and there's a gap. Majerus is on the front at the moment, but Wiebes is there. Kopecky just sits up and waits, and she's trying to hand over because she knows the gap started to open up. Here is Ruby Roseman Gannon. It's Christine Majerus who takes the victory. She celebrates close on the line. The Australian champion was there, Ruby Roseman Gannon. That was as close as it gets. If Majerus has taken that victory, she hasn't had a victory in 2 seasons. What a finish. What drama on the 4th and final stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain. Here into Leigh. Drama, Joe.
Drama indeed, that roundabout coming inside that final 500 metres. Kopecky negotiating that really well, but looking over her shoulder in this finishing straight here, trying to see exactly where her teammates were. So, wow, incredibly close sprint on the line again. We might get a replay of that. This is the bend, the final bend.
Let's have a look at this replay. This is with 200 metres to go, unless this is the live images right now as some of the teams are coming back. This was Kopecky. She's looking around. She's looking for Majerus, and she essentially stops pedalling.
Yeah, she does completely free wheels here, completely off the power. Wiebes giving encouragement to Christine Majerus here, but Ruby Roseman Gannon in that yellow with the purple helmet, just about to challenge on the line.
Oh. Majerus celebrates. On the front angle, it looks to me as though Christine Majerus might have had that. But we're going to wait for confirmation.
We're going to wait for confirmation. We saw Christine Majerus celebrate. The question is, did Ruby Roseman Gannon just edge her wheel past her on the line there with that lunge?
She started to sit up, Majerus. Has that cost her the victory on the 4th and final stage in her final season as a professional cyclist? She started to do the same in the intermediate sprint, which we saw, which was given to Majerus. She took the 3 bonus seconds and that intermediate sprint, but she's done the same. Has Ruby Roseman Gannon just come through and taken the final stage?
If she has, that would have really upset things for SD Worx Pro. Another replay here.
She looks over her left-hand shoulder. She sees nobody's there, but it's at this moment, the last 5 meters of the stage. Kopecky's looking, she's not sure.
Kopecky's not sure. That gesture from Kopecky there, I don't think she's particularly happy with exactly what happened on the line there, but that was incredibly close.
They came with the objective to win all 4 stages. Stanistan, the sports director, had outlined that they wanted to win all 4. They'd won the first 3 with 2 stages going to Lotte Kopecky, 1 stage yesterday into Warrington to Lorena Wiebes. Let's have a look. It's really difficult to see on this front shot. Slightly downhill finish to the line. Majerus has shed a lot of speed here, Joe.
Yeah.
Ruby Roseman Gannon is still coming with pace, and she lunges.
Yeah, Ruby Roseman Gannon lunging in the middle there. Majerus with her hand in the air, which could have cost her everything. We are waiting for confirmation. We do need the photo finish. There are cameras on the finishing line that will get those exact images of the finish as the riders' wheels come over. You'll have to patiently wait and see for that, but whatever the outcome is, messy finish there with those bends in the final 500 metres. Of course, coming into that roundabout inside the final 500, then sweeping right-hander again, coming into the finishing straight with 200 to go. Probably more of a technical finish than riders would have really known about beforehand. Of course, not able to recce this finish because it's the other side of Manchester to where the start was. Oh, messy, messy, messy.
It's tense. We await confirmation, official confirmation, as to who has won stage 4 here into Leigh. Nail-biting. As if we thought it couldn't get any closer after Llandudno on stage 1 between Paternoster and SD Worx Pro Time. It's the same 2 teams. Have they bookended this? Let's take me through this final run-in. This was where Kopecky led it into the final 500.
Yeah, so Kopecky is the lead-out rider here. She's not going for the win herself. She comes around that roundabout, then this last bend here, and she can see she's got a gap. So she looks over her shoulder. She realises there's a gap. It's Majerus who they want to take this win. But in this moment here, Kopecky's still sprinting, but she's looking over her shoulder, completely comes off the power here. You can see the encouragement from Wiebes from behind saying Majerus has got to go for this. Majerus goes for it, thinks she's got it, backs off the pedals there, comes off the power, but Ruby Rose McGannon lunges for the line.
We've seen this time and time and time again, and we always hear, and particularly those who have been racing since they were young children, youths, they were always told not to celebrate before you pass the line.
Yeah, we see it time and time again in sport. We see it with the best riders in the world. We're always told not to. We always get it wrong. We always get overexcited. And could this be one of those moments again?
All these riders, all the way down through all 16 of our teams in the race, will want to secure a best A stage and general classification finish.
We wait in suspense. I know the commissaires here at the finish line, Joe, will be analysing the photo finish. They'll be taking a close look at it as to who has got that stage victory. We're to the west of Manchester in Leigh. We're in Wigan. This particular area, it's originally an agricultural area. It's led to a sizable silk and then cotton industry in this town. That was before the coal mining took over in the 20th century. You've had rope, cable, tractor manufacturing all among some of the industries here in Leigh, and largely now it's a residential town. Still riders coming in after such a difficult, demanding stage here, Joe.
Yeah,
sprinting for each and every position.
Yeah, sprinting for every position, finale of the stage race.
Looking at the top here, just on our gantry, in small letters, I think I can see Ruby Rose McGannon there. Christine Majerus in second. Heartbreak for Majerus.
You're right, Hannah. It looks like the graphic there on the finish gantry is showing Ruby Rose McGannon as the winner. It's just running through the top 10 beneath her name there. There we go.
Ruby Rose McGannon, provisionally, I say, takes the stage ahead of Christine Majerus, Lorena Wiebes, Lotte Kopecky, Anna Henderson in 10th. Aline Janssen, a great sprint from the 22-year-old in that white Best Young Riders jersey. Flora Perkins in 7th, Barker in 8th, Talbot in 9th, Henderson in 10th. Well, today's stage has not disappointed, Joe. 99 kilometres, very little flat roads.
It's been brutal from the off. We've seen it been lit up by various attacks. That first Queen of the Mountains being the one where Diagonal went away. And it's just been brutal racing all day. There's been so much time where there's been either Diagonal or another rider away by a tiny margin. Just seeing another replay of this finish here, the moment Christine Majerus celebrates and the moment Ruby Rose McGannon lunges for the line. But SD Works Pro Time, all the experience in their squad, making that minor error at the finish there.
What drama for Liv and Lula Jaco. They had Letizia Paternoster, who suffered that puncture outside of 3 kilometres, so no 3 kilometre to go marker and rule for her. We haven't seen her come through in this group, so we have to assume that she loses time in that general classification. A quick change of strategy in the team car to say to Ruby Rose McGannon, don't come back and wait for Letizia Paternoster. The stage is for you. She comes through. SD Works Pro Time were in complete control, and in comes the Australian champion, taking her first ever World Tour victory.
Yeah, this is so much drama, as you just outlined, Hannah, and particularly for Liv Lula Jaco. They'd have been thinking about that podium position for Letizia Paternoster, like you say, having that puncture, we do believe, just outside the 3 kilometres. So massive, massive drama for that team. Ruby Rose McGannon clearly getting the green light to go for the stage, and the change in emotions in those final 3 kilometres for that team are just unbelievable. But if that is confirmed, what a huge result for Liv Lula Jaco.
A huge result. It would make it their 8th victory of the season. As we take a look at what happened earlier on when they left the National Cycling Centre, the Manchester Velo Park and the Manchester Velodrome earlier on at 11:15 this morning. They went through kilometre 0. The first rider to attack was Dolcini O'Shea's Jessica Finney, the British rider. She was closely marked. Nobody really wanting to let any rider, any breakaway go up the road. Such was the demanding early stages of today's race.
Yeah, very demanding. Just the 2 categorised climbs, but pretty much up and down all day. Really relentless terrain. And you can see Human Powertail taking advantage of that terrain here.
Krista Dobell-Hickok decided she wanted to try and attack as the road started to rise. She was really in her terrain. As we take a look at Maddie Leach, number 81, who was in the breakaway alongside Joe Tinley yesterday. Dobell-Hickok, she got an advantage, but she would have been hoping for company.
She would have certainly been hoping for company, and as the road rose up towards the first Queen of the Mountain, she did still have a lead as we came through some of the towns here on the outskirts, going through Upper Mill before we got onto that climb, but she was completely left on her own here. So really surprising that nobody tried to go with her, because she is the sort of rider that you would be looking at on a stage like today. We know that she's a strong climber, but this was the moment back in the peloton when it was ripped to bits by Tanel Campbell, but heartbreak for Leigh Plasper, who once again with a crash on the uphill section there.
Krista Dobell-Hickok got to the base of Grains Bar. That was the first Queen of the Mountain of the day, a Category 1 climb, over 2.4 kilometres long, averaging 5.8%. A big difference from the bottom of the climb to the top. It was very exposed as you get to the top, and the damage that was done earlier on was exponential.
Damage indeed. A few fans coming out on the side of the road here on this exposed climb, but Tanel Campbell really putting the hammer down. So Liv Alulujeko from the start want to make this a hard day. Just 99 kilometres of racing, some brutal terrain, and they did not want a big group racing today's stage.
This was the moment when our leader in the Queen of the Mountains jersey, the blue jersey, Lizzie Deignan, was going for the 10 points at the top of Grains Bar. She looked around, there was no challenge for the points, Joe. She took the 10 and she ended up having a good advantage. Someone treated on their Sunday morning run to the former world champion passing by, and she continued to extend her advantage.
She did. There was a bit of time where she was talking on the radio, clearly to the DS, Chris Newton, saying, what shall I do? Shall I push on here by myself? Shall I wait for somebody else? The decision was made, whether that be by her or Chris Newton, for her to push on. So she continued on with quite a significant lead on her own for at one point, getting up to over a minute. And it was only Charlotte Kool, better known for being a sprinter, that was the rider that tried to come across to her.
It was a valiant effort from Charlotte Kool, wasn't it? Yesterday, second place on the stage. She was caught by the peloton, and Lizzie Deignan went into the bottom of Ramsbottom Rake. This brutal, brutal, unforgiving climb. Only 1.1 kilometres long, averaging 10.1%. She went in, but the gap started to fall, and it started to tumble just by... And due to the fact that SD Worx Pro Time had done a lot of work into the bottom of this climb, and Team DSM Firmenich PostNL to try and close the gap for Georgie. 10 points went to Lizzie Deignan, and it was Henderson who took the 9 ahead of Paternoster, Kopecky and Georgie.
Henderson looked like they're trying to attack that group. Of course, slimmed right down to just some of the real big names in this race. But for a long time, we had this situation with the group that is chasing Deignan just at the top of that shot there, with another chase group trying to make contact with the group ahead of them. So 3 different groups on the road, all sort of racing full gas here. The chase groups working well together, but still Deignan in time trial mode very much, still going solo.
The chase groups behind, they were missing out, and it was Saint-Michel Mavic-Aubert 93 and the Great Britain national team trying to bridge across to this group. This was the moment where Anna Henderson took her opportunity to attack from the group. Amber Pate doing likewise, and it was always closely followed by Franziska Koch and Lizzie Deignan. Lorena Wiebes managed to get herself over each and every one of the climbs, showing that she's more than just a sprinter. Into the intermediate sprint at Horwich, of course it was closely fought for. It was Majerus who tried to take away the bonus seconds from Paternoster. She did that, she achieved that. It was Majerus who took that ahead of Paternoster and Wiebes. This was when Deignan went for what feels like the 10th time of the day it all came back together. Anna Henderson using the wide road. She went on the right-hand side. She attacked. And this was where Georgie, Kopecky, Henderson and Paternoster started to go clear. And this was a real possibility that these 4 riders who occupied the top 4 in the general classification could have stayed away.
Yeah, I think the problem with that quartet was no one was really set to gain anything in terms of the general classification. They were all the top 4 on the GC, but that all got brought back, and it was Paternoster who was part of that group, with disaster for her with that puncture.
A rear wheel puncture for Letizia Paternoster put her out of contention into this tricky run-in. It was Lotte Kopecky who led things through, but just by the pure nature of the run-in and the little downhill, the technical aspect, Kopecky opened up a lead. She looked behind, freewheeled, and it was Lorena Wiebes who was cheering on her teammate Majerus. But hard break on the line because Ruby Roseman Gannon came through, took the stage victory by the narrowest of margins, and denies Christine Majerus the final stage in her final year as a professional cyclist. It's a race that she has had success. She's had success in Great Britain in the past, Christine Majerus. She seems to relish, she seems to love these roads. She just was overly confident, perhaps.
Yeah, I think on a finish like this, where it is a little bit technical, Christine Majerus is really strong. She seems to have that ability to corner really well. But what was interesting about this was the gap that opened up from Kopecky to Christine Majerus on this finish, because normally you'd expect Christine Majerus to be particularly good on that sort of section. So it was slightly curious that the gap opened up in the first place. And then the fact that Kopecky completely backed off. They clearly had the agenda that she was not the rider that was looking to win today. She had the GC, she had the green jersey. So she backs off the pedals completely. And then we end up with this situation where we get the photo finish, which we had to wait for. We've not actually seen the photo finish yet, but it has been called as Ruby Roseman Gannon as the winner.
We take a look at the general classification that's just running through on a finishing gantry. It still was very close, but it was all set up because of stage 1 into Llandudno, Joe. That 9-rider breakaway, it was strong, and by virtue of taking close to 4 minutes to the peloton behind, no one was ever able to get themselves back into contention.
Yeah, it was always going to be hard for anybody to get back when you had such a huge gap on stage 1. But look at this.
Look at this. We have confirmation that Ruby Roseman Gannon takes the 4th and final stage of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women, her first ever UCI Women's World Tour victory. Her first victory as a professional outside of being national champion. She wins ahead of Christine Majerus, Lorena Wiebes in 3rd. 4th goes to Kopecky, 5th to Aline Janssen. Pfeiffer Georgie taking 6th ahead of Flora Perkins, Eleanor Barker. Josie Talbot taking 9th with Anna Henderson in 10th. But Roseman Gannon denies victory to Majerus. This is how it looks in the general classification, though, because Lotte Kopecky wins the 2024 Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. She wins 17 seconds ahead of Anna Henderson. But by taking those bonus seconds, Christine Majerus takes the 3rd and final spot on the podium, 34 seconds in arrears of her teammate. Pfeiffer Georgie in 4th at 38 seconds with Paternoster at 40 seconds, Aline Janssen in 6th at 43 seconds with Dignan at 46 alongside Gilman. Ruby Roseman Gannon at 2 minutes and 50 seconds with Wiebes at 4 minutes and 14 seconds. By virtue of those bonus seconds for Majerus, she might not have taken the stage victory, but she gets herself onto the overall general classification podium.
Well, what a roller coaster of emotions for her, thinking she'd won the stage.
Gonna need to lie down after this.
Yeah, I know. Well, she took some bonus seconds in that intermediate sprint in Horwich. She took 3 seconds there by winning that sprint, and of course bonus seconds on the line as well, even though she didn't win. But yeah, put herself on the podium. So, real roller coaster.
Roller coaster of emotions. Well, let's hear from the best placed British rider, Anna Henderson, now.
Right, you're shivering like crazy. How are the conditions today? I know you're freezing. Well, all of our weather forecast said slight chance of rain, and it was rain almost the whole day. So, yeah, it wasn't exactly the nice day we were expecting, but yeah, it was a good day for the team, and took the Queen. Sorry, I really can't speak. I'm so cold. Took the Queen in the Mountains competition with Lizzie, and then finished off with me in second in GC. So a really nice few days with the girls, and yeah, the other girls did really well all day to protect us and keep us safe, and that was really special.
And just tell us about, I know I'm forcing you to talk, but you literally can't talk, but just one more. I mean, the way you rode, especially that 1-2 effort with Lizzie to go and go again and keep attacking and just do everything you could to try and cement your position. I mean, it was just fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it was really incredible. Lizzie did such a good job. She really put SD Works under pressure, and that was really, really amazing. And then, yeah, she just kept attacking to try and set me up. And yeah, I could go away with the favourites each time, but yeah, it was just I just couldn't get away solo to try and put that gap between me and Lotte. She was too strong today, and yeah, she's the champion she is. So it's really, yeah, chapeau to her for winning.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to question you anymore. Please warm up. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Well, that just shows you how cold it has been out there, Joe, because Anna Henderson having difficulty to talk. She's visibly cold, shivering. The conditions were abysmal. We can see from our helicopter shot, the rain has never been at bay.
Yeah, welcome to June in the UK. I'm terribly
Wonderful.
sorry for all the international riders here like this. But yeah, it was a brutal day. And I think what the interesting thing that Anna Henderson said there was that the forecast had been chance of rain, and it ended up being really heavy rain in some of the really exposed parts of the course there. And that's the worst thing when the weather changes throughout the stage or doesn't obey the weather forecast. It's annoying because you never know quite what to wear, and you can see just how cold she was in that interview, struggling to talk, but giving it a good go anyway. But yeah, it really reinforces quite what a brutal day it was for everybody out there.
A brutal day for everybody out there. One rider that once again finished in the top 5 on the stage. She finishes in 6th place in the overall general classification and comes away with the best young riders classification. It's Aline Jansen of Volker Vessels.
Aline, I don't even know where to start. You have been truly phenomenal. Let's first touch upon securing the jersey. What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm really happy I could keep it the whole race, and yeah, it's really special to be able to race 4 days in the white jersey.
And what about your position today? You were 5th on the stage, just behind Kopecky, so far up there. You must be so proud of how you're going this year.
Yeah, I'm really happy with my form and with my teammates these days, because yeah, they did a lot for me to position, and Valerie was with me the whole day, so that really helped me. And I was able to be in a good position for the sprint, and yeah, I'm happy with 5th.
And you were so attentive for the whole 4 stages. You were always up there. You were always in the key moves. Again, I mean, you're just there.
Yeah, I'm really happy, and I tried, of course, always to follow the best GC riders. Today I missed once, but yeah, I'm happy that everything came together and I could sprint for the win.
Congratulations, thanks.
Thank you.
She missed a few key moves, and at one point she didn't have any teammates with her, so she was really isolated, Aline Jansen, Joe. She really had to think and be smart about the moves that she made. When the two groups, the chasing group, the main group at the front, including Kopecky and Wiebes and Pfeiffer Georgie, when the chasing group behind came together, it meant that she did have a couple of riders with her, including Scarlett Sauron.
Yeah, so this is one of these moments where it's such a good learning experience for a young rider. You find yourself in this isolated position, and it's that question of what do I do? How do I make a decision in this situation? I've got nobody else to ask, got nobody else to chase for me. She then had the change in situation where teammates did then come across. But for someone that is just 22 years old and still clearly learning, in a squad that is known for being a really good squad for developing young riders, this whole race has been a brilliant opportunity for her to know what it's like to start every day in one of the leaders' jerseys, be called up to the front of the peloton, called up on that start line, riding off the neutralised section at the front in that jersey, and then having to make those decisions on the road when you perhaps haven't always got a teammate there that you might like. But so she will have learned a huge amount from this, and of course she gets to go away with the jersey as well.
And shows how important these UCI Continental teams are in terms of developing riders and giving them that platform to be able to learn and develop. One rider who was picked up as a youngster, talent spotted, was Lizzie Deignan. Today, she spent more than 40 kilometres in the breakaway, attacking over the Grains bar. She became a real threat, and a lot of pressure on the shoulders of SD Works Pro Time to bring her back. It was Lizzie Deignan. Let's hear the thoughts from the Yorkshire woman now.
Hello, Orla. What did you think think of Mummy's race today? Good. So good, wasn't it? Seeing Mummy out front. Talk us through that big move, especially in these conditions.
Yeah, again, was totally by accident. I had a gap over the top of the first QOM and I just thought, oh, well, let's just push on at least. I put Anna in a nice position and I was hoping maybe she'd jump on the rake with Kopecky and we'd be able to play the numbers game, but they sort of did and it worked out.
I mean, the fact that you were out there solo for so long, but then when you came back, you were just driving on the front, attacking. You're in such fine form.
Yeah, I was trying to really make it as aggressive as possible. That was our best chance. I'm always someone who wants to win the race, and our best chance for Anna to win the race was a hard race. I wasn't going to just give it to Kopecky on a plate.
I love that about your attitude, and also the fact that you're just like, well, the opportunity was there, so I went. But you must be super proud, and also to ride in this roster of the Team Great Britain this week.
Yeah, we've got a really strong group of women coming through, and I was pleased to be able to particularly help Ruby in the sprint. Flora. Ruby won today. Flora yesterday. She came 5th in a really strong group, and it was cool to see her realise her potential as well.
Lizzie and Orla, thank you.
Thank you.
A really nice moment for Lizzie Dignan's daughter, Orla, to be able to watch a race today, see her out on the roads, and of course for Dignan to have her 2 children here.
Yeah, so nice to have a race in the UK. Up in the north, of course, they are from Yorkshire originally and able to have family and friends out on the side of the road.
It's only just over the other side of the
Pennines.
Pennines. It's not too far.
Probably on the sunny side of the Pennines, to be perfectly honest. But they've managed to make their way over it and come and support her today. And it is really special. It's rare. I mean, it's still relatively rare to have women in the peloton who are mothers. There are more now. Of course, far more common for men to be fathers and continue on a professional career. But brilliant to see Lizzie there with Orla.
Brilliant to see Dignan trying to stop SD Works from winning. Well, she certainly put the pressure on, but one rider who did stop SD Works Pro Time from taking the victory was Ruby Roseman Gannon in a photo finish. Let's hear the thoughts from the Australian champion.
Ruby, huge congratulations. At what point did you think, right, I've got this?
I still can't believe it, honestly. Like, it wasn't the plan to go for me. We were working all in for Letizia. She's been riding so well, but she had a puncture and I asked in the radio, should I come back? The team said no, just focus on the finish. And that's what I did. And yeah, I definitely did not expect to cross the line first. And I'm like, yeah, I can't believe it still.
Just absolute full commitment though, which is all you can do in that position.
Yeah, exactly. I think you just have to go into race mode when you hear that, just focus on the finish, and that's what I did. I knew that SD Works was the best wheels to follow, and yeah, I think if they hadn't, I think they were riding for Majerus, and they really wanted to give her the win because she's always working for them, and so I feel a little bit bad getting.
I just heard you say sorry then.
Yeah, I know she works so hard for them, and I know they really wanted to give it to her, but I'm also quite happy to take it myself. So yeah.
Yeah, and I can understand those mixed emotions. For Letizia Paternoster, of course, having the mechanical there at a not opportune time. But I think what we can all really see with that is sprinting for Georgia yesterday, Paternoster earlier in the week, and then you finishing off today. What a place as a team, as sprinters.
Yeah, I think our team has really stepped up this year. Like at Andalusia, just last week we won with 1, 2, 3 on the podium. The climbs are going so well. This team's really coming together. We're having such a great time together, and yeah, I'm so excited for the rest of the year with the team.
Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ruby Roseman Gannon just giving an insight of how you have to be thinking so quickly in times of adversity, and particularly with that puncture, the rear wheel puncture of Letizia Paternoster, showing that she's a real team player too. The team saying, no, we're going to sprint for you. You just focus on the sprint there, and taking it by such a narrow margin.
Yeah, very quick decision making in the final. We know the Paternoster just outside of 3 kilometres, but a very small handful of minutes to make those decisions, to change who is the race leader. As she said, it was all in for Letizia Paternoster today, who's been riding so well all week. And then having to change that mindset in the finale, especially going into that point in the race, literally thinking you might have to go back to get Paternoster. That's what she said on the radio, do you want me to come back? But so the complete change from, no, you're not working for Paternoster, you're actually going for yourself, getting on the back of that SD Works Pro Time lead-out train and able to take the victory. First Women's World Tour victory for Ruby Roseman Gannon, first Women's World Tour victory for the team this year. As she mentioned, they had some brilliant results in Vuelta Andalusia just last week. But in terms of World Tour wins, that was a fantastic result for Liv Jayco.
They came close on stage one with Paternoster and Lotte Kopecky. Let's have a look at what we've been treated to over the last 4 days, because this was Lucy Leigh coming into the finish in Llandudno with a big smile upon her face, having attacked with 10 kilometres to go. She held off the peloton, a brilliant stage to open this Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women.
It was a brilliant stage, really brutal terrain going up through Wales. This was the sprint from behind, the bunch sprint. It was, of course, a breakaway that took the win here, but just about holding off Lorena Wiebes their speed.
A close finish, of course, Lotte Kopecky taking that stage ahead of Letizia Paternoster and Pfeiffer Georgi. This was the finish into Wrexham. It was a narrow finish between Lotte Kopecky and Anna Henderson.
It was Kopecky being forced to lead out here, so Anna Henderson doing everything right, making the world champion be the rider on the front. But Henderson does try to go, though. You can see the speed of the Kopecky, just looking over her shoulder, waiting, inside the final 200 metres here. Kopecky still being forced to lead out, and despite the challenge here from Henderson, never really quite getting on terms. And despite very fast running to the finish here and a slight bend there, never in doubt for Lotte Kopecky in that green jersey.
Kopecky had stated, along with her and Wiebes, they'd ridden that finish, so they knew exactly what to expect into Wrexham, knowing that it was going to be a really technical finish. Well, here into Leigh on the fourth and final stage is Ruby Roseman Gannon, who takes the stage victory. She denies Christine Majeras. She's presented with the route of today's stage, starting from the Manchester Velodrome at the National Cycling Centre, finishing in Leigh. It's going to be a memorable day for her first ever professional victory outside of a national championship, her first World Tour victory.
Yeah, really, really key career moment here for Ruby Roseman Gannon. And nice to do it in the national champion stripes as well. The first World Tour win for her team this year. So really lovely way to finish off this stage race, which has been a roller coaster of emotions for a number of teams. And of course, with that late punch of Paternoster, stunning win in the end.
This was yesterday's stage finish into Warrington. It was a textbook lead out for SD Works Pro Time. Wiebes winning heads and shoulders above everybody else. Charlotte Cool, who was the nearest challenger, but there was daylight to everybody else, with Georgia Baker taking third. The most combative rider of the day, it's as voted for by you, the fans who are watching, who have been roadside on the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain social channels. Without doubt, without question, Lizzie Deignan wins the most combative rider of the day. Stage Combativity Award winner. Got both of her children there. And a nice moment for Lizzie Deignan to soak up.
Really lovely moment for the whole family here. Mother of two children, bringing them both on the podium, made the journey over the Pennines from Yorkshire over here to the outskirts of Manchester.
Thanks to Derek Beaumont from the Leigh Lepers for presenting that award. From the stage combativity, we turn our attention to the overall combativity prize.
The overall combativity prize, that's
principal sponsor, Lloyds Bank,
chosen by the race director, Rod Ellingworth. Of course, he's had prime viewing position in that red car as a race director, Joe. Let's see, who will win the overall combativity award?
Is presented to a team. It is the team.
Well, the team have suffered some adversity over the last couple of days. It's not just going to be one rider who picks up this award, but they've been awarded. It's been awarded to Life Plus Wahoo team as a whole, and you can see the shock on the face of Heidi Franz, Maddie Leach, that they're picking up this award. And we know that they went through such bad news on the morning of stage 2. They found out all 14 of their bikes had been stolen overnight. A cold day, they're trying to keep themselves warm, but nevertheless, a great moment for them all.
A great moment for them as a team and just shows the power of the professional women's peloton coming together, able to get spare bikes for these riders to race stage 2 on. They were then able to get replacement bikes from their team sponsor ready for stage 3. But yeah, really horrible news to wake up to on the morning of stage 2, but they've managed to continue on and finish the stage race.
The overall combativity award going to Life Plus Wahoo as a team, as picked by Rod Ellingworth, the race director of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women.
Top team of the race over the 4 stages of racing. To make this presentation on behalf of British Cycling, please welcome Nigel Holt.
Nigel Holt comes to the stage to present the next prize. This is the team classification overall, which is taken on the best 3 riders of each stage. Well, they come to the stage. It's the world champion in the rainbow stripes. It's the team of SD Works Pro Time, Lotte Kopecky, Lorena Wiebes, Christine Majerus, Elena Cecchini, Barbara Garishi and Chantal Vandenbroek Black win the team overall competition. It's Kopecky who picks up that prize on behalf of the team of SD Works Pro Time.
We move on now to the Best British Rider Award. To make this award
The next award is the Best British Rider Award overall. So many British riders here within the race and challenging for that overall victory. The Best British Rider here at the 2024 Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women is Anna Henderson of the Great Britain national team. She wins that award with Nigel Holt presenting her with the flowers.
Flying the flag for the Great Britain cycling team, your Best British Rider, Anna Henderson.
Hear the roar from the fans, Joe, celebrating our Best British Rider.
Yeah, really good to have a Great Britain national team racing at this event. Of course, normally an event raced by pro teams, but you can have a national team enter, and it's nice that the 6 riders got to race together, normally on different pro teams throughout the season. But we do have the small matter of the Paris Olympic Games coming up, waiting to hear who will be selected for Team GB there. But nice opportunity for those riders to race together this week.
Claire Castal of Lloyds Bank comes to the stage. She's going to award our sprints overall competition. She's led it from start to finish. It's Lotte Kopecky who wins the red jersey, the sprint competition. The handover from Lloyds Bank, the flowers to Kopecky.
SD Works Pro Time, your sprint winner overall, Lotte Kopecky. Our thanks to Claire Castal from Lloyds Bank for presenting that award. From sprinting, we move to climbing and the presentation of the Queen of the
Kopecky wins that competition, 6 points ahead of her teammate Wiebes. She has 31 points to her tally. Wiebes with 25, with Paternoster with 20.
And the overall winner of the Queen of the Mountains competition. She took the jersey on day 1. She has not let go of it since.
It was a competition that Lizzie Dignan and the Great Britain national team didn't really have in their sights. It wasn't one of their main ambitions or goals. But Lizzie Dignan, after day 1, took this jersey, the Queen of the Mountains competition, and she's been able to keep it all the way until the final stage. She wins the blue jersey with 45 points to Anna Henderson's 32 points. Lotte Kopecky in with 29 points. Today she won both of the Queen of the Mountains on Grains Bar and the Rake. 20 points. Made sure that no other rider could come close.
Yeah, first category climbs today, meaning 10 points for the winner both times. So absolutely no problem at all for Dignan in the end.
Dame Sarah Story is going to present the next award, which is our Best Young Rider overall. The team of Volker Wessels Women's Pro Cycling, they've had such a terrific performance throughout this week, and this rider has gone from strength to strength. The 22-year-old Aline Janssen wins the white jersey as the best young rider here at the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women.
Also, the jersey won on stage
She was a part of that 9-rider breakaway into Llandudno in the north of Wales, and nobody could come close to taking the jersey off her shoulders. Aline Janssen winning that jersey 3 minutes 57 seconds ahead of Flora Perkins, 4 minutes 12 to Abby Smith.
So we come to the top 3 riders overall on general classification.
We move on to our general classification, which threw up a real roller coaster at the back end of today's stage. What we thought was nailed on, Joe. We didn't think there was going to be any changes. We were only thinking about perhaps the stage victory. How wrong we were. We see Matt Klemper of Lloyds Bank come to the podium to present the 3rd place in the general classification, because by taking the 6 bonus seconds in the stage result here into Leigh, Christine Majeros leapfrogs and takes the podium position. She moves up 4 places and finishes 3rd overall. Bittersweet for Majeros.
Certainly, yeah, just missing out on that stage win, but gaining the bonus seconds. So coming away with a podium overall, which we didn't expect coming into today. Bittersweet indeed.
A big cheer for Anna Henderson as she comes to the podium, 2nd overall for the British rider, the 25-year-old, who takes 2nd overall here in the general classification. Great performance from the Great Britain national team. And the winner of the 2024 Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women, having led the general classification from the very beginning in Llandudno, the world champion of Team SD Works Pro Time, who are now boast 42 victories to her name, is Lotte Kopecky with that green jersey on her shoulders. She wins the 2024 Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. She wins 17 seconds ahead of Anna Henderson, 34 seconds to her teammate Majeros.
3 riders on the Tour of Britain Women for 2024.
A great battle from start to finish. The world champion wins. She takes the Lloyds Bank green jersey ahead of Henderson and Majeros. Joe, it's been a real treat on these British roads.
It certainly has indeed. 4 brutal days of racing. Just acknowledgement there, a little hug from the 2 teammates, Lotte Kopecky and Christine Majeros. Really, really lovely to see.
Majeros must be feeling perhaps a sense of disappointment, perhaps maybe embarrassment of what happened at the stage finish today for the stage victory, whilst also being happy for this overall classification result.
Yeah, a real roller coaster of emotions. One of the most experienced riders in the peloton at 37 years old. Like you say, bittersweet moments, but she is on the podium there in those final results.
Kopecky wins the 2024 Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women, 13 hours, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. She wins 17 seconds ahead of Anna Henderson, with Christine Majeros at 34 seconds. Pfeiffer Georgie in 4th at 38 seconds, with Paternoster at 40 seconds, losing that 3rd place in the podium after that rear wheel puncture. Aline Janssen at 43 seconds in 6th, with Dignan at 46 seconds along with Victoire Gilman. Ruby Roseman Gannon, the today's stage victor, at 2 minutes and 50, with Lorena Wiebes at 4 minutes and 14 seconds. All 9 of the riders in that general classification, thanks to the 9-rider breakaway on day 1 into Llandudno. The world champion continues to retain the UCI Women's World Tour leaders jersey.
That concludes our victory ceremony. Back to Jess Cox in the commentary box. Carl, thank you so much.
Lotte Kopecky. It's been shared around that jersey throughout the season amongst several riders, the UCI Women's World Tour leaders jersey.
For the British Cycling National Road Championships in Saltburn by the Sea. You can find out all the details about those championships. If you want to go and watch them, you'll also find them on our YouTube channel at the British Cycling YouTube channel.
The next round of the UCI Women's World Tour That will be the Tour de Suisse, which gets underway on the 15th of June, finishes on the 18th of June, and then after that we've got the Giro d'Italia Women, the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift, also the Grand Prix of Plouay, Romandy after that, Simac Ladies Tour, and the Tour of Chongming Island and Tour of Guangxi over in China.
Well, there's just a few thank yous.
What will be the overriding thoughts on the bus of Team SD Works after that?
Oh, really difficult question, Hannah. So real rollercoaster of emotions today. They have come away with the overall win. And right at the start of the show, we did hear from Kopecky. She said the priority was the GC. They have sealed that. She has won the overall. And with that, taking the overall Women's World Tour leaders jersey into the next part of the season. So overall job done. Slightly bittersweet finish for the stage finish, but an extra rider on the podium.
An extra rider on the podium for the overall here into Leigh. Overall thoughts of the race itself when you take a look at all 4 stages?
Yeah, some brilliant variety. So that big rider breakaway on stage 1 on that really tough day heading north up through Wales. We then had just the 2 rider breakaway on stage 2, but once again Kopecky taking the win. We did get that big bunch sprint that we were expecting on stage 3, but the race really being animated by Jo Tinley and Maddie Leach that day with their incredibly long breakaway of just the 2 of them. And then today just had absolutely everything. Long solo breakaway for Lizzie Deignan, getting brought back. So many riders attacking. Literally everything happened. All the weather as well. Just a completely brutal day out on the bike. So overall, really impressed by this race. So glad the organisers of British Cycling were able to make it happen, and Lloyds Bank coming on as the sponsor.
What does it mean to take the overall general classification?
Yeah, it's always nice to win a GC and the World Tour race actually. So no, I think I'm really proud of the team, how we rode and how we finished it off.
And how are you reflecting over the last 4 days? Because we've seen some beautiful moments on social media with the young fans embracing you. I've loved it.
Yeah, I mean it's really nice to have them here and to inspire them and to make their day.
Yeah, I can see you're freezing. I'm going to let you go. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Some brilliant moments between the young fans, which is always synonymous with this race. The inspiring riders who, as they pass by the primary schools, and a real moment for British fans to see top-class racing on their home roads, and a brilliant job done by British Cycling Events and Rod Ellingworth in his first role as a race director to put this race on. Big thanks to Lloyds Bank as the title sponsor, and of course other partners and sponsors of this race in Gaucho, and of course Ale and Madison too, Joe. It's been a brilliant 4 days.
It really has, and huge kudos to the full team that have managed to make this happen. Just 125 days from getting the approval from the UCI to being able to hold a UCI Women's World Tour race out on the open roads here in the UK, getting all those roads closed, getting all those start and finish towns sorted. No easy feat whatsoever. And the racing's really delivered. The riders have produced a fantastic spectacle. And like you say, all those young people, well, young and old, all generations, male and female, being inspired by seeing racing out on the roads, going past their doorsteps.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm sure you have, Joe. We had Danny Rowe alongside me for the first 2 stages. We thank you for joining us across the live coverage that we've had over the last 4 days. It's been brilliant. We've been really treated to the best racing in the world. It's the world champion who wins the 2024 edition of the Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Women. She wins 2 stages, stages 1 into Llandudno and into Wrexham. It was a teammate who won yesterday into Warrington, giving her a victory, the 12th victory of her season, Lorena Wiebes. And today it was a close finish once again. The drama, the thrill didn't stop because Ruby Roseman Gannon took the stage victory ahead of Christine Majerus. Thanks for joining myself, Hannah Walker, Joanna Rousel alongside me. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.